Okay, we're coming out of executive session at 7:10.
Recording in progress.
Okay, notice is hereby given of a meeting of the City of Corinth Crime Control and Prevention District. Okay, I call this to order. Business agenda is to consider and act on the minutes from the January 28, 2021 meeting. Mr. Hart.
Yes, Mayor and Council, these are the minutes reflecting on the meeting that you did about, 7 months ago. And so these are brought to you as a recommendation. The other items, then we require some further deliberation.
Okay. Do you need a motion on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I entertain a motion on that item.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve.
Second?
Any discussion? Got your vote. Okay. Oh. Submit. It's unanimous. Technology. Okay, hold a public hearing on the fiscal year 2021-2022 proposed budget for the City of Corinth Crime Control and Prevention District. Mr. Hart.
Yes, as board members, we want to have our Finance Director, Leanne Bunzelmeyer, to lay out this item for you.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the board. Tonight we are reviewing the budget for the Crime Control and Prevention District. And so I'm going to quickly go over the revenues and expenditures and then kind of recap the budget that is before you tonight. So first, going on to the revenues, you might recall last year in 2021 when we budgeted the revenues for the crime control, it was still unknown about the pandemic, so we did have a budgeted shortfall for the sales tax in the crime control district. Right now, the estimates there are showing that we will receive what we budgeted. However, please note that on sales tax, we're 2 months behind. So these estimates were based off of April numbers that we had received. And so we always wait till the last minute until we update those figures to present to the council so that we can have more accurate numbers. In looking at the sales tax currently, we're sitting about 2 to 3% over budget. So I estimate that by the time we get the budget before the City Council that we will have more updated numbers on the sales tax. Additionally, we always have a dip in the third quarter, and anytime the comptroller is going to make adjustments, it's typically around this last quarter. So we're just kind of waiting and making sure that we have updated numbers. So for the 2021, we anticipate right now that we will at least meet budget on our revenues. And looking into next year, we're hoping to return back to pre-pandemic numbers at $409,000 in sales tax and then $2,000 in interest income for a total of $411,000. Going into revenues, in the current year, at this time, we do feel that we will expend what we budgeted, $300,000. And looking into next year, we do have wages and benefits of $202,000, and that is for 2 officers. Now, I would like you to note that we are still in the negotiations for our health insurance costs. So when the budget comes back for council, that number will change. And we're actually hoping that those costs will go down once we get the final health insurance numbers. And also, as far as budgeted expenditures, those are at $489,000 for next year, and I'll kind of review those on the next slide. So again, in summary, we are going to be funding 2 patrol officers, and we will also continue the enterprise vehicle lease program for the police department out of the crime control budget. New program funding includes a drone for $13,000, and this drone will also be used by some of the other departments. For the police department, this will be used for investigations, for crime scenes, to be able to kind of fly over and get a snapshot of the scene. Also, as far as an ongoing replacement program, we have the taser replacement for $9,700, and then also body cam replacement of $65,000. So we're feeling that it's more prudent to replace those 1 or 2 a year instead of waiting, 5 or 10 years and trying to replace the whole lot. So that's why that new programming is in there, and that will be an ongoing repetitive cost in future years. Also included in the budget is an accident reconstruction equipment and software for $7,500. The police department is entering into a partnership with the town of Lake Little Elm to be able to share equipment and resources to be able to do better investigations on larger accidents. And so Little Elm has some equipment. We're going to partner up, buy some equipment, so that way we can do some cost sharing. So all in all, it is a balanced budget. We will be using fund balance of $78,000 for some of the one-time costs, and we expect that the fund will have an ending fund balance at the end of 22 of $587,846. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Is there any questions from council?
Leanne, when you said that drone was going to be used interdepartmentally, is that also the drone that we learned about in our pre-meeting as far as pesticide spraying for the fields
Correct.
And stuff like that?
Correct.
Okay.
Public Works will be the other department that will be a heavy user of it to be able to do site analysis, to be able to go over whenever there's drainage issues in an area, to be able to do a high level to see the layout of the land. So we expect that those two will be the bigger users of the drone.
So if Public Works will be using it and the police, is it the whole budget coming out of this crime control? Mm-hmm. None of it's coming out of Public Works?
No, it will be owned by the police department. The majority of the time will be by the police department. Additionally, the only licensed user that we have is from the police department. So any time that it is used by the Public Works for one of those instances, police will have to take their equipment and do the footage for the Public Works department.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. Item number 3 is consider.
Mayor, excuse me. This is a public hearing, so you'll need to open the public hearing for comments.
Okay. This time I'll open public hearing. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak to this issue? Okay. Close the public hearing. Consider an act on the fiscal year 2021 and 2022 budget for the City of Corinth Crime Control and Prevention District. Mr. Hart.
Yes, members of the board, you've heard the summary on the proposed budget, and so we're bringing that to you as a recommendation for the Crime and Control District Board. You'll also see it a second time as part of the overall budget consideration next month.
Okay. I entertain a motion on this item.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Call the roll. Or cast your vote. It's unanimous. Okay, at this time, we'll receive a report and hold discussion on the police department's operational activity. Mr. Hart.
Yes, members of the board, I'd like to have our police chief, Jerry Garner, to lay out the police activity. This will include the overall department and way beyond just the crime control component.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I see you have a very full plate tonight, so I'm going to move really quickly. And if there's something, flag me down if I need to stop and go back to something. What we're doing, our vision, our mission hasn't changed from the last time I talked with you. Our mission is pretty doggone simple. It's to protect, preserve, take care of the quality of life in Corinth and in Shady Shores that we also serve, and to work in partnership, not a part from the community, but a part of the community. That hasn't changed. That remains what we're trying to do. Our goals are really simple, straightforward. We want our people to work safely. Exceptional customer service means a huge amount to us. That's what we want to be able to deliver to people. Find a way to help them. And of course, do the right thing on duty and off is pretty self-explanatory. We're very proud of the fact that 3 times our police department has been recognized by the State Police Chiefs Association for best practices. Very, very few police agencies in Texas have been recognized 3 times. So we're working on the 4th time now. To do that, you have to meet about 170 standards, and we've been doing great on that. So we want to stay there. That shows that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, in short. You looked at our organizational chart last year. The only thing that's really changed from last year, you would have seen on each shift, each patrol shift, which is, of course, on the right side of the chart, a traffic officer assigned each shift. We no longer have a traffic unit. We've had to pull them in to staff patrol. One of the things we hope to be able to do during the next budget year is return that traffic unit. You only have to drive on 35 to know why we need traffic enforcement in Corinth. Otherwise, it's pretty much the same. The lieutenant position, which you'll see kind of at the end of the dotted line under the police chief position there, Lieutenant Clint Ventrica that we just lost, that position will have to be replaced. It'll be an internal search for the right candidate for that job. That has so much going on: selection, training, recruitment, internal affairs. You've got to fill that as quickly as you can, and we have some good candidates, so that should work out. Some things that we accomplished this past budget cycle. Council was kind enough to create 2 additional positions, give us 2 positions in the department. We were able to hire some excellent people to fill those slots. We stole 2 people away from Colorado and 1 from California, and I can understand why. And they're terrific officers. They're doing a great job for us. We're very proud of them. We started work, and we're working on it right now, on an interlocal agreement to provide police services continuing to Shady Shores, which we've done for a number of years. We're making good progress on that. It actually expires, needs renewed in 2022, but we're already working with that and getting that ready to go, so we have something to take to the Shady Shores Council. Finally, we reached an authorized staffing level of 36, which lasted about a week. And right now we are 3 short. We're 3 vacancies for sworn officers, and I could talk a long time, and you'd throw rocks at me about how difficult it is to hire police officers in the current environment nationally. We suffer the same thing here. So I don't have to explain probably why that's a problem. Community policing. COVID killed our community policing efforts while COVID was running rampant. Over on the right side, you'll notice we had to cancel our Citizens Police Academy, our Citizen Academy, our National Night Out, and our CSI Youth Camp, which is for the CSI Youth Camp is, of course, for kids who might be interested in law enforcement later on. The good news is that we're putting all those back on now. We've just finished the CSI camp this year for 15 youngsters. We are accepting applications right now for the Public Safety Academy, which we will put on with the fire department, and we'll do the National Night Out in October. So that murdered us, the COVID thing. And of course, what we like to most do is have those community-oriented policing assignments. That's fun for everybody to do. That's going to be coming back, so I feel good about that. While COVID was going on, our main means for reaching people was our social media. And I know some of you follow it, and we have got some really good people that operate our social media. Our Facebook is really popular. We get all kinds of hits on that, and that's how we reach people when this was going on. So we've got a couple of young folks that do a great job with operating that, and they kind of stay in touch with what's going on. So that is something we're very, very proud of. Patrol, of course, is the backbone of the department. It's what we spend most of our resources, your money, on. Not spending a whole lot of time with this, but as you would expect, while COVID was going on, our traffic enforcement went way, way down, 35% down. On warnings, 27% down. There was a time when we were not stopping people. when the COVID was at its very worst. Other things like vehicle accidents, traffic complaints, arrests stayed fairly stable, kind of what you expect from one year to the other. It does, I think, surprise people sometimes when I tell them that, hey, last year we had 429 arrests. We arrested 429 people. And that's not folks that you, let's say, write a ticket and release for a drug offense. These are people that actually were taken to jail. And they're surprised that there's that much going on in Corinth. And every day when I come in and look at the reports from the night, there's domestic violence arrest, DWI arrest, fugitive arrest. It's a very safe city, but there's still stuff going on. And your cops find plenty to do. Dispatch times, basically a priority one call, an emergency call. It's still taking too long for us to get there. I would love to see this 5 minutes or less. I think any police chief would. One of the issues is when you don't have all your positions filled, you don't have as many people on the street as you'd like to have. And common sense tells you it takes longer to get there because the officer may have to travel a greater distance, even though Corinth isn't huge, a greater distance to get there. About the first minute to 2 minutes, I think it's actually closer to 2 minutes, is used up in call processing at the dispatch center, which is run to the county. We can't control that one way or the other. The rest of that time is for us to get from wherever we are to where the call is taking place. I want to get that down some. I think we're going to be able to accomplish that if we can get those positions filled. But it's still higher than I'd like it to be. 7 minutes doesn't sound bad until you've got the bad guy who's crawling through your window. 7 minutes is forever for a policeman to get there. We want to do a lot better than 7 minutes. Our detectives were extremely busy during this last budget period. Number of cases they investigated up 31%, but we had a 100% increase in the amount of property that we recovered, stolen property. So that's a good thing. Filed 560 criminal cases, again, which would make you think, gee, maybe they do have something to do beside write tickets in the city of Corinth. That's a big increase in the number of cases that we filed with the DA. Some of them misdemeanors, but a lot of them serious felonies, burglaries, assaults, auto thefts, this type of thing. Animal control stayed fairly stable this past year. I had to show you this dog for the second year in a row. He is so ugly, he's cute, I think. But a lot of animals being released back to the wild, a lot of animals being returned to their owners. So we have 2 animal control officers, as I think you know, and so that we're able to staff every day of the week. And they stay busy. They find plenty to do. Something else that COVID killed us on, you've all seen our citizens on patrol out here, our volunteers in police service. They are a huge force multiplier for us, that they get out here, do vacation house checks for us, look and call us if they see something that isn't right. Most of these folks are elderly or they're older. We just did not want them out there when COVID was running rampant. We didn't want them exposed, so we shut that program down for a while. We have fired it back up again now. So they're happy that they can get back out here and do their thing, and they help us a bunch driving around in Shady Shores and in Corinth. Not only do they patrol, they do a lot of things that officers would have to be doing. Police cars would have to be taken to the shop or for tires or radio repair or whatever. They do that for us. I think they kind of like driving the police cars too. But anyway, they're a huge help to us. They're worth their weight in gold. They truly are. We experienced the same thing you're seeing nationally over this past year in crime, particularly crimes against persons. Not what you're seeing in the big urban areas, but our crime was up too. Now keep in mind, when you're seeing a significant increase, we're still talking about small numbers. Robbery, in other words, stick 'em up, went from 2 to 4. That seems like a huge increase, but you're still talking about some fairly small numbers. No murders, fortunately. Our sexual assaults went from 3 to 6. All of these sexual assaults were among folks who knew one another. What will really terrify a community is to have a stranger sexual assault. None of these that doesn't make them any less serious because it's between people who know each other. But this wasn't the phantom that jumps out of the bushes. These were folks that knew one another. Still bad. You still do not want it. And I can't give you an explanation for why auto theft, motor vehicle theft doubled, other than we know from talking to them kids who were out of school and were bored and decided they wanted to take a ride in the middle of the night. So we know that had an impact on our auto theft statistics. What we're going to try and accomplish this next year, we're looking at, and it's the talking phase at this point, there's nothing been signed by anyone, looking at, can we merge police services with Lake Dallas? Would that be beneficial to both of us? Could we do things for each other that we can't do alone? So that's something you'll be hearing talked about a lot in the next month or so. I know will be coming from you, or coming in front of you as well. So that's going to be an interesting project to pursue with Lake Dallas. In addition to that, we're going to keep working on that agreement with Shady Shores. We want to keep policing Shady Shores. We enjoy going out there. I think they like us. We want to keep that agreement going. So we'll hopefully be able to come up with an agreement that their council will like. What we have already done, Mayor, I know you have great interest in this, is a peer support program. We have gotten 2 of our folks, a male sergeant, a female officer, trained as peer support specialists. They cut their teeth on that following the death of Lieutenant Ventrica. They spent a lot of time working with our folks, our officers, who were pretty hard hit with that. That's something that you need in police work, this peer support. And we've got it going. We're going to try and enlarge it some as we go down the road to try and keep our people mentally healthy, emotionally healthy, as well as physically healthy. That's extremely important to us. I talked about this, that COVID killed us. We're going to revitalize that this year. We're going to get back out there doing what we like to do, talking to kids, talking to people, having coffee with a cop, things like that. That's what we live on. That's what we enjoy doing. So we're going to get that going again. And then we're going to apply, actually our application is in with the state of Texas to make us a regional training provider, which allows us to do more training for agencies around us. We can bring them in here to us, can charge for training, and just increase our training activities to the department. The state has to approve your permission, or give you permission to do that. I think they're looking favorably on it, and we should know in the near future if we'll be a kind of a little regional training provider here. So those are some of the things that we're looking at in trying to accomplish in the coming budget year here. And if there's a question for me, I'll do my best, Mayor, to answer it for you.
Is there any question from council? No. Thank you very much, Chief. We appreciate all you do, and that's why we live in the 15th safest city in the state of Texas.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so our crime control meeting is adjourned. Now we're going to go, I called a notice is hereby given a meeting of the Fire Control Prevention and Emergency Management District. So I call this meeting to order. Consider and act on the minutes from the January 28, 2021. Mr. Hart.
Yes, members of the board, this is again the minutes from your last meeting. One of the items that are one of the processes that you'll see a little different from the Crime Control Board is because this is your first full meeting as a board since the fire district was approved by the voters. There are some procedural elements to this as well, but what you have before you now are the minutes from the last meeting. We'd recommend approval.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? Cast your vote. It's unanimous. Okay, at this time, I'm going to open it up for a public hearing. Anybody in the audience would like to speak on behalf of the fire?
Mayor, we have one person online, Chris Nader. I will unmute you now.
Well, Shay, hold up for just a second. If we could have our finance director come out and lay out the proposed budget for you, and then they'd have something on which to speak.
All right, very good. Thank you.
So, Mayor, this public hearing is to establish the procedures on how to approve the budget for the fire control prevention and district. Shay, we don't need this till the next agenda item. Thank you. to establish the budget rules for how to adopt the budget for the fire district. The state statute does allow this procedure to be adopted, to be flexible for each individual district. So what we are proposing is to establish the rules to be consistent with what the board approved for the crime district in 2009. There are two requirements that the state statute provides. Is one, you must provide notice of the public hearing. Two, you must hold the public hearing. And so those are the two established rules. We have included those in those procedures. Again, staff is recommending approval as they are consistent with what was established for the crime control previously.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, I'd entertain a motion on that item.
It's a public hearing.
Public hearing. Oh, okay. All right, we're going to public hearing now. Anybody want to speak to this fire control?
Now, Shay, did the gentleman want to speak on the budget or the process items?
I'm not sure. Chris Nader still has his hand up. I'll unmute him now.
Please have him state his name and his address for the records, please.
Chris Nader, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me? I'm so sorry.
Please state your name and your address, please, for the record.
Christine Nader at 2209 Valderrama Lane in Corinth.
Thank you.
Thank you. My only question, and I don't know if I'm allowed to ask it, was going back to the chief of police who just spoke. One of your council members mentioned that we are the 15th safest city in the state of Texas, and I wondered if that was also the chief of police's, if that's actually true based on the chief of police. Did he say that and I missed it?
The mayor did. No, somebody does the study.
Yeah.
Gee, that's not putting anybody on the spot, is it? There are, yes, I have read those figures. There are several different figures you can get depending on whose sources you're looking at. There are alarm companies that publish their list. There are other crime prevention products that do their own list of safest cities. But yes, that is an accurate figure of what, and I don't remember which outfit it is that said 15th safest, but yes, that is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that your only question?
At the moment, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna, anybody else want to
I
speak?
think you just got fact checked at the meeting.
Thanks, Sam. We're close the public hearing. Thanks, Chief. Okay, so we just had the public hearing. Now,
Yes, and now, members of the board, the next item that you have is to consider the adoption of those regulations for considering the budget.
and I'd entertain a motion on that.
Mayor, I move we approve the procedures and rules for adoption of the budget proposed by the staff.
I
I'll
second.
Any further discussion? Cast your vote. It's unanimous. Okay. Now we're going to do the,
Now we'll do a public hearing on the budget for the fire district. I'd like to have our finance director, Leanne Bunzelmeyer, to lay out the budget for you.
Okay, so the Fire Control Prevention and EMS District was approved by the voters in November. So this year is the first year that we will have collections into the fund. So collections actually started in April, so we've only collected about 1 month. So for the current year, Right now, we just don't have a lot of information, but we do feel that we will at least make budget for $230,000. And then next year will be a full year of collections. So our budget estimates are that we will collect $441,760. So you would notice that the collections in the fire district are a little bit higher than what we proposed in the crime control, even though it is the same percentage. And that is because on the fire district, we actually can collect taxes on utilities, and on the crime control districts, we do not. So that's why you see a difference in those numbers. Moving into expenditures, in the current year, we had budgeted $230,000. We expect to spend $118,000. And the reason is that in the transfers, we were going to move $112,000 to the capital fund to replace the portable radios for the fire department. Since we've received the American Rescue Grant from the federal government, we expect to have those funds in September or October. Purchasing the portable radios for the fire department is an eligible expense. So instead of continuing moving money into the capital fund, we're just going to use the grant money and buy them all within the next year. So because of that, we will not move that transfer into the capital fund. Into next year for 21-22, we do have budgeted expenditures of $442,176. And what we did is we transferred the operational expenses from the general fund in the fire department over to the crime district. So there's not any new expenditures for the fire department. We just moved them from general fund to the fire district. And it does include funding programs for prevention, for training, for some public resource. So it all meets all the strategic goals and the standards that the board had set for this fund last year. So in summary, again, we're moving operating expenditures. We're transferred from the fire general fund budget to the fire district board. There is no new program funding included. It is a balanced budget, and we expect that the fund balance will end with a balance at the end of 22 of $112,584. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Is there any questions from council? Thank you. Okay, I'll entertain a motion on this item.
I'm sorry, Mayor, willing to open the public hearing?
Okay, another public hearing. Okay, at this time, we're going to have a public hearing on the budget for the Fire Control, Prevention, and Emergency Management Service District. Anybody want to speak to that? Please.
The people that are online cannot hear you if you don't speak into a microphone. And we'll need you to give us your name and address, and then we'll have Leanne answer your question. Thank you, though.
I'm Denise Wetzel Robino, and what else do you want to know?
Your address, ma'am.
1006 Meadows Drive in Corinth, obviously. On the budget proposal you were showing, you said the transfers, you ended up getting money covered by a grant, but there was still a $30,000 amount in the transfer. What does that cover?
Yes. So we did receive, we had to transfer $112,000 that we were going to use to purchase the portable radios, and that's the money that we anticipate to get at the end of this year to purchase those. The remaining amount transfers to a technology fund to buy the computers for the fire department. So it's the laptops, which they call MDTs, that go into each one, like the ambulance and the engines and so forth. So that transfer still occurred so that we could purchase those within the year.
Oh, okay. Can you describe a little bit of what the capital outlay amount is?
For next year?
For us that missed a prior meeting?
Oh, now you're really testing my memory, aren't you? Let's see.
It's always good to know.
Yeah, absolutely. I might have to call on Chief Ross, but if you can, Shay, if you can go into expenditures. Yeah, so 8,500, okay.
No, 88.
Oh, 88 in
Capital
this year?
outlay? Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Chief Ross, do you remember? I think we had a Lucas device.
Seems like it.
Yes.
I know.
We had a Lucas, I believe do you remember what those were in the current year? Yeah. So typically, what we budget in outlay is just equipment for the fire department. So it's typically on a life, so we have a replacement program for each one of those. So and some of it could have been like the cots for the ambulances. I know that Lucas device, or one, and that actually could have been maybe 2 Lucas devices in there. We also have, some of the equipment in there that we put in the cycle for, the life packs, the bunker gear, and so that.
So some of that 88,000 was transferred probably from
So this
the
was
other budget when you opened this.
so for 2021, the current year, we are actually going to purchase it out of this fund with the money that we expect to collect from April to September, and that will be for capital purchase specifically for the fire department. And so those were items for the current year that we couldn't fund in the operating budget, so we were able to take care of it through the collections out of this fund. For next year, 21-22, that is when we'll be able to transfer those all those expenditures over from the general fund to this fund.
Right. Yeah. Usually the first year you have a lot more capital outlay. So, okay.
Absolutely.
Appreciate a little bit of an explanation.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to the, okay, if not, close the public hearing. And at this time, I'd entertain a motion on this item.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve.
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Cast your vote. It's unanimous. Okay. At this time, I believe we're going to have a presentation by Mr. Ross.
Yes, and again, here, Chief Ross will discuss activities of the department as a whole, so way beyond the fire district budget itself.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Want to just kind of recap what we've done, where we're going, and brag on my folks a little bit. Our mission is to keep us safe and in delivering professional and innovative emergency and life-saving services, because at the end of the day, we want to prevent the problems from happening, but when they do happen, we want to be sure we're ready for them and we respond in a compassionate way, while maintaining our own personal safety of each of the members. Our org chart has remained unchanged since the last time. There's been no differences there. Some of our accomplishments, we're finishing up the recognition process for Texas Fire Chief Association best practice. We're hoping to have them out in the coming months to finish that process. We are currently revamping, and by October we will have revamped the prevention program that we hope to spread for seniors. We'd hoped to do that last year, but with the COVID, we kind of put that on the shelf for a minute until we knew we could get back and have an audience. We are the preliminary master plan for the fire training field. We have renewed the fire service agreements with the lake cities. We are actually, effective this Saturday, can check that box, beginning the final phase of training to implement the step-up shift commanders. Working through that, we're real proud of our folks and how they've stepped up to manage that role. The prevention brochures, the information that we provide to our commercial customers, the people that run the businesses here in town. And then, it kind of ties in with the step-up shift commander. There's been a lot of leadership training for the captains And the drivers, we've implemented a bit of a book club. We've been through one book so far, trying to spread our knowledge. There's a lot of fire-specific training we do, but there's some good information out there that's just generally good knowledge. And I am going to brag on my folks a little bit for their response to the global pandemic. Every one of them stepped up, went above and beyond, and worked valiantly through this, transporting numerous infected people to the hospital and managing their families and the uncertainty of going home and taking it home. And they were upbeat, they were professional, they were hardworking, they showed up, and I'm very proud of the job they did for the Lake Cities community. We're currently working out of 3 houses. We've got an engine and an ambulance at Firehouse 1. We staff an engine and an ambulance out of Firehouse 2, and we staff a ladder truck out of Firehouse 3, and then we have additional reserve equipment that we can move in and out of as needed. And then our folks are distributed across the 3 houses, and then that's a 24/7 operation. About our response times, about 97% of the time we get called out, there's something that needs done. Sometimes it's something little, sometimes it's something big, but there was a true need 97% of the time we went out the door. We arrived within 4 minutes 34% of the time, and within 8 minutes 90% of the time. And with the addition of Firehouse 3 in this location has helped to bring those down. The top 3, we ran 3,400 calls. The top 3 were EMS related. And then car wrecks were number 2, and then service calls. That's all the other stuff kind of rolled in there. We're fortunate that the number of actual building fires remains low. So, I think we're the only folks that I know that are trying to put ourselves out of work with our prevention program. So, our trends, we trended up. In 2019, we'd had our busiest year with 3,650 calls. And then last year it dropped back down a little bit. But if we did a snapshot for how we're trending so far this year, we're over 11 calls a day. Some of that is probably an anomaly due to the ice storm that we had. We ran a month's worth of calls in a little over 3 days. That will be an anomaly that we'll have to look at. But if we just lump it all together, we're at about 11 calls a day. We still we had to change how we do things. We changed our program up to get in the schools, and then when COVID shut everything down, we went to alternative sources, and some of our prevention folks got out there and created videos, life safety training videos, and sent them out. So we're still maintaining contacts. The high school fire academy kept going, and then as the police chief had mentioned, we did have to put the public safety academy on hold one go around. So we're hoping to fire that back up. I think it's in the process of going out for apps right now. Our inspections to try to keep the businesses safe and the customers in them safe, and then doing the community support and the public education appearance ride-out station tours. Some of that took a hit, with the shutdowns, but it's still a very big part of what we do in our mission. We had updated the outdoor warning siren systems to where anytime one of the sirens is in a polygon, I don't know if you've seen on the weather when they show a storm watch or warning and it gives you some funky shape on the map. If that shape lands over any one of our sirens, and it meet the criteria, they will automatically set off. They don't have to have human intervention. There's a human backup. We can do them from radios or on site, but that's been a huge increase in our ability to give citizens notices when there's issues. What we're looking to accomplish this coming year is increase our wellness initiatives. We have peer support groups. We're wanting to kind of increase that and maybe involve more of our own people in that. Implement the fire prevention program for the seniors. It looks like, unless the numbers, they've trended up the last 3 days, we're hoping that goes back down. But we're hoping to kind of start that process. go ahead and implement the master plan for the fire training field, finalizing and amending our strategic plan, get that fire public safety academy up and going. And part of all this training and other things that we're doing with the shift commander stuff and with the leadership and command training is succession planning and just increasing the organizational body of knowledge at every level. I think it makes us all better at every level when we tend to focus on preparing and not just for certain spots, but all the way up and down. And then wanted to look at long-term assessment of station locations. It's kind of what if, not in the near future, but at some point those stations will probably, have a end of service life. And when that happens, do we rebuild it there, or is there a better place for it based on the data? So there's absolutely nothing to report on that at this time. Just know we're kind of looking out on the horizon that, at some point it may be, what's the plan? And it's really, going to be data driven. Is there a better place for it, depending on the growth at the time? But we're probably start looking and kind of what ifing, but I'm sure we're several years out from even having a discussion on implementation or drawing maps or anything like that. So that's all I have for you. If there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Is there any questions for the Chief?
I do, if I may.
Yes.
Chief, your thoughts on House 4?
Sir?
On development of House 4, Firehouse 4, is it even being thought of?
It is one of the pieces of the discussion, and again, it'll be data driven. There's a couple of things, and honestly, I think the conversation that we'll have to have is what's the critical need? Is the critical need possibly a third ambulance based on the amount of calls that we're running, or would it be opening a house out there on the further west side? And if so, what would be there? Maybe it's the third medic in that house. And, but yeah, that's obviously going to be part of that discussion of what does the overall picture look like? And that's a very good point. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, we're going to use a class from UTA to help us on that. And the idea is really going back to Station 2 on where that's located. That almost benefits Denton more than the Lake Cities, and trying to find a little more optimum location there long term. Now, you may want to expand on that for a moment.
Yeah, being on the border, it's kind of a half circle, because the street and across the street's another town. Station 8 opened, so they're not needing our services in Denton anymore, which they knew where our location was, and we've been good neighbors, and we've helped them out responding to that part of town. But when we look at, when it reaches the end of its service life, does it make sense to rebuild it there on that boundary where, when we look at a response map, we're really looking at a half circle because the other half's not in play? Or do we move it somewhere where we can get the full circle benefit of it going in every direction? Is it further west? Is it south? Is it southwest? When we look at the burn maps of where they are and the call data and where the land is, there's all those things that can come in play, but that's kind of what started the conversation. And then we started talking about fours and what that would look like. If we have the opportunity to kind of put them on a map, where would we like to put them and see how feasible that is? So just trying to look downstream a little bit.
Any other question?
I just have a comment. Chief Ross, you and I have spoken, and I just wanted to publicly commend your department. I live next door to, my neighbors are very elderly, and during COVID and then also the first night of the ice storm, they needed some medical assistance, and your guys responded, and they treated them with great care and compassion, even when, during COVID, when there was so much unknown, and then with the situation in February. You know, they treated them like it was just any other day, and I just wanted to publicly commend your guys for their work.
Thank you very much. That means a lot.
Any other comments? Okay, at this time, I'll adjourn the Fire Prevention and Control Division. Okay? Okay, notice is hereby given of a regular session meeting of the City Council. I call the meeting to order. At this time, we will all stand for the invocation, then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge.
All right, thank you. Let's pray. Lord, thank you for another opportunity to discuss the future of our wonderful city. Father, I pray for peace and unity in this land, wisdom for those in leadership, and prosperous perseverance for those that labor on our behalf. And I also ask specifically that you be with the family of our fallen hero. Clint was not only a friend and a protector, but was a staple of our police department and is sorely missed. Please open our eyes so that we may see you in the midst of our grief. In Jesus' name, amen.
Face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, Mr. Garber. Okay. Citizens' comments. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Comments about any of the council agenda items are appreciated by the council and may be taken into consideration at this time or during that agenda item. Council is prohibited from acting on or discussing items brought before them at this time.
The only thing we have items for are for the public hearing in a few minutes.
All right. Okay, consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted in one motion. Should the mayor or council member desire discussion of any item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. I'd entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Any further discussion? Cast your vote. No. Thank you. It's unanimous. Public hearing. Consider and take action to remove Dobbs Road between Quail Run Drive and I-35E frontage road to Lake Sharon Drive to be known as the 3,600 to 4,000 blocks of Lake Sharon Drive. Mr. Hart.
Yes, Mayor and Council, I'd like to have our engineer, George Marshall, to lay out this item for you.
Shay, did George load up a presentation? Perhaps we table the public hearing to the next meeting?
It's loading now.
If we can get the drawing up, I think, Helen Eve, I think between you and I, we can explain this.
Thank you. All right, so this next item has to do with the renaming of Dobbs Road from I-35 to Quail Run. I think most of the council knows and understands that Lake Sharon Road at I-35 is projected to continue and go under I-35 in the next phase of development, right around here where you see the future realignment. The current alignment for Dobbs Road comes up just on the west side of Vista Business Park and travels along the western side of the Millennium development and out to 35. So the name change, it's needed to provide for consistency in the community, as well as address our plans for development along Quail Run Road. Oops. Didn't think that was it. There's just one slide, I guess. Excuse me. Evidently, that's right. So this does require a public hearing to change the street name in this location. And I'll be happy to answer any questions, as well as Mr. Hart, if you have any.
Are there any questions from council? Okay.
Okay, Mayor, I just not mentioned, we've had a business that's interested in locating upon this, and that's why we're bringing this to you as an accelerated name change. So that way he doesn't start his business on Dobbs, and then in 6 months later, we need to change the name to Lake Sharon, because that was going to be tied to the construction phase. And so that's why we're bringing it to you on this type of schedule.
Oh. Good job, George. Are there any questions?
We got it, George.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. At this time, we're going to open up for a public hearing. Is there anybody in the audience that wants to speak to this item? Okay. We close the public hearing. At this time, I would entertain a motion on this item.
I make a motion that we move as approved, as presented.
I second.
Any further discussion? Cast your vote. It's unanimous. Okay, item number 7, consider a public hearing to consider testimony and take action on a rezoning request to amend the zoning classification from PD6 Plan Development District, ordinance number 87-12-17-24 for two-family garden homes, townhomes, and neighborhood shopping, and PD24 Plan Development District, ordinance number 99-12-16-45 for two-family garden homes to PD Plan Development District with a base zoning district of MF-1, multiple family residential, on approximately 24.595 acres of land within the A.H. Surin Survey, abstract number 1198, and the B. Merchant Survey, abstract number 800, City of Corinth, Denton County, Texas. The property is generally located at the northwest corner of Lake Sharon Drive and Oakmont Drive and east of FM 2499, Avila Fairway, PD, ZAPD 20-004. Mr. Hart.
Yes, Mayor and Council, in the process that we want to follow this evening is I would like to have our Planning Director, Helen Eve Biddle, to lay out this item for you. After she has done that, and then we'll move to the applicant presentation, and then we'll move to the public hearing. At this point, you have 24 letters or comment sheets that have been submitted that are opposed, and there are 24 individuals that have signed up to speak.
Okay.
So but there'll be third on this process.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. This next item is the Villa Fairways Plan Development District application. The existing site conditions, the property is located at the northwest corner of Oakmont Drive and Lake Sharon. It's a little over 24 acres. It's comprised of 2 tracts owned by Endeavor Energy. The site is heavily treed and slopes to the west and contains a small portion of floodplain along the Bryant Branch. The Oakmont Golf Course is immediately to the north. Additionally, we have an existing utility easement that crosses the property. I'm trying to find my mouse. In generally this area. There was a 2017 settlement agreement with the property owner that locked in the tree preservation regulations at the time that agreement happened. So they are exempted from a number of the tree mitigation requirements. Rye Road is a stub out to the property. So a summary of the development, it's a 215-unit single-story residential cottage community. And as I said, it's at the northwest corner of Oakmont and Lake Sharon. And the project was first reviewed publicly for the PD zoning at a February Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. P&Z made a recommendation for denial to City Council. There were a number of outstanding questions. I believe the Commission felt uncomfortable with making any decisions at that time, but there were a number of issues that they didn't have answers for. At the applicant's request, early in March, the City Council chose to remand the case back to the Planning and Zoning Commission to consider revisions and supporting information. The P&Z had a public hearing on June 28th and recommended approval of the item with a caveat that the structures be 100% brick or stone facade materials. The project is a unique product. It needs to be categorized in the multifamily district because it's multiple units on 1 or 2 lots. In this case, it would be 2 lots because you have Rye Road, which is a public right-of-way that bisects the property, so that divides it into 2 lots. They're proposing 215 dwelling units, and 209 of those are one-story cottages. The overall density for the planned development's 9 dwelling units per acre. You can see the breakdown of the duplex cottage, 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms on the screen. They're also assigning covered parking spaces for the residents. It has a unique architectural design, and that's outlined in our facade materials, as well as additional foundation landscaping that we did not see at other communities when staff went to visit them to observe the conditions and development. One of the other things staff noticed was the roof pitch was rather monotonous and just the same, so we requested and worked with them to increase the roof pitch to provide some type of unique features in the community. They have a maximum repeat of 2 of the same roof pitches along the roadways so that you don't see the same rooftop elevation all along Lake Sharon as well as Oakmont Drive. They have a lot of internal buffering as well as external buffering. They have a 25-foot front building setback along the roadways. They're using decorative fencing and landscaping around the perimeter. Rye Road construction is a second point of access for fire and safety. They are going to construct the total of the 10-foot wide side path along Lake Sharon Road that makes it in compliance with our multimodal transportation system that was part of our comprehensive plan. And they are dedicating right-of-way for a future roundabout at the intersection of Lake Sharon and Oakmont Drive. which was also a part of the comprehensive plan. They have numerous areas for recreation and active and passive nodes for recreational activity. It is a comprehensive plan community with all sorts of amenities. The applicant's here this evening, and he can certainly talk more about those special features that they do offer for their residents. It is a pedestrian-oriented community with sidewalks and pathways connecting buildings and activities within the development. We've already talked about the construction of Rye Road. It was stubbed out with the development of Larkspur, and it's always been intended to continue and connect to either Lake Sharon or Oakmont. I mentioned some of the recreation areas, the event lawn, a dog park, leasing center, passive areas, the activity nodes, the side path along Lake Sharon, and the extensive landscape. A couple of you have asked me for the screening material or the fencing material along the roadways and around the golf course area, and this is an image that identifies what materials are being used where. So if you start at the top, and the dashed line represents a wood fence with an end cap, that the end cap is on the top so that it creates a nice finished feature instead of just, wood picket fence type style. And the blue line is ornamental metal with brick columns on center every 30 feet, and you'll see those along Lake Sharon as well as along Oakmont Drive. And the ornamental metal fence is proposed, the purple, all along the golf course area, and then the landscape buffer areas are on Lake Sharon and Oakmont Drive. It's a 15-foot buffer on Oakmont Drive and 20 feet along Lake Sharon. Some of the historical perspective we'd like to touch on now has to do with the Oakmont PD and the overall concept. These are taken straight from the Planned Development District, and it was to provide for a variety of land uses, including multifamily, commercial, and office parks. The original zoning ordinance for Oakmont was adopted in 1987, and when you go through the document and add up all of the densities that are allowed in the acreages, it had the opportunity of developing to over 2,600 units, and currently there are about a little over 1,000 units in Oakmont, and we still have some tracts that are undeveloped. The proposed rezoning does meet the intent of the original master plan for Oakmont. So I'm going to touch on some of the existing zoning. The portion to the east, the larger portion, is PD6, the original Oakmont PD. And then to the west, where it says PD24, that came along in 1999. And it was zoned the same zoning that was on the tract immediately east of it. One thing that was used back in the 80s and 90s was what was called cumulative zoning, which if you have a higher intensity use, then the other less intensity uses are allowed within that higher intensity. So on this particular tract, there's a portion at the corner, the immediate corner of Oakmont and Lake Sharon, that allows for neighborhood shopping. Well, the neighborhood shopping allows the garden office, and the garden office allows apartments or condominiums. Apartments allows multifamily, villas allows multifamily, townhomes. You can see it. I don't need to go through all of that, but it's more of a hierarchical intensity type use that allows all of those other uses. So with that said, coming up with an interpretation of what the existing zoning would allow, the PD24 or PD26 allows the neighborhood shopping at the corners I mentioned, and then some townhomes and two-family garden units. And the two-family garden units are the lighter yellow area, and that's a density of around 6.5 dwelling units per acre and 2 stories. The townhome is a maximum of 10 dwelling units per acre, and those as well are 2-story. The neighborhood commercial, it allows uses such as a convenience store with gas pumps, as well as grocery retail, garden office, restaurants, a number of non-residential uses. But it also does contain higher residential uses such as the apartment condominiums at a 24 units per acre. It's also a cap on 2-story for the apartments. I'm going to move into our comprehensive plan provisions now. The comprehensive plan was adopted last July, and as a lot of you know, it was a long process. It was over a year of meetings, design charrettes, community workshops with the comprehensive committee, as well as city council, the planning and zoning commission. We had a number of business leaders and business owners, as well as residents in our community that wanted to participate on that panel. So the comprehensive plan was adopted by ordinance, and this particular piece of property was identified as mixed residential. That category has a range of density from 6 to 10 units per acre. It includes types of residential, anything from single family, townhouse, neighborhood, commercial, and other housing stock like that. And capitalize on existing natural amenities. I talked earlier about the side path along Lake Sharon. That's the red dashed line on the exhibit you see up there. Once again, that was a component within the comprehensive plan, our active transportation plan. The thoroughfare plan that was part of the comprehensive plan also identified the Oakmont Drive as well as Lake Sharon, which has been completed, and also provided for a future roundabout at the intersection of Oakmont and Lake Sharon. The comprehensive plan had imagery as well as detailed descriptions of what land use types would look like or how they would function. And these are pages right out of the comprehensive plan to support the mixed residential description for this property. Some of the other key points is that this serves as what's considered a multifamily transition from other housing. It has interconnected trails and parkland, connected streets, and I mentioned earlier it's at 9 units per acre. Part of that planning process with the comprehensive plan included a lot of reading for ideas and inspiration. One of those was walkable city rules, where we were trying to emphasize the importance and the success of communities that do have walkable and connected communities, as well as suburban remix, which captured a number of scenarios in cities all around the United States and the world that you can use and apply into your own community. And the Dallas D Magazine edition on suburbanism. So after our first Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, we identified 6 items that were heavily talked about and were of concern. And I'll go through those right now. The multifamily rental use at this location and density, transportation, street connectivity and pedestrian safety, drainage management, school attendance, the location of the dog park, and the site being heavily treed. After that, and even until 2 days ago, staff has responded to questions and explanations, as well as anything else that could be added to the case to make it a little bit better for folks that live around it. And those had to do with addressing the traffic increase or perceived traffic increase, safety, parking adequacy on the site, the roundabout, lighting on the site, as well as exterior building materials. I'm going to run through these rather quickly. So multifamily and the idea that this is being zoned for rental property. The city can't regulate whether a property is owned and occupied or if it is owned by someone and they lease it out. And you would be surprised, there are many homes in Corinth that are rental properties. Essentially, the existing zoning on the property, if it was developed as it is currently prescribed, it could all be rental units, or some folks could purchase the duplexes and rent out the other side. So I want to make it clear that the property is not being zoned for rental. It's being zoned for multifamily residential 1, which is our least intense district. So transportation, street connectivity, and pedestrian safety is another item that came up. And we commissioned a traffic impact analysis, and our transportation engineer is here this evening if you have any questions, as well as our city engineer. The TIA findings found that the existing infrastructure can support this development, and the proposed concept plan provides the best access for the development in the existing neighborhoods. It provides opportunities to disperse traffic to different areas instead of cutting off access points and constricting and adding extra trips on other streets. And a few of the items that we heard about and we tried to respond to are about Rye Road and its connection. The city staff has a rule book, the Unified Development Code, as well as the Fire Code, and we need to follow those guidelines and regulations for safety and response. The idea to cut off the access to Rye Road completely is not a good one. It's not a popular one. It's poor practice because that subdivision needs another point of access. I believe there are 98 lots. I believe there are 98 lots in Larkspur, and there's only one point of access. The response time is also compromised when you have one point of access. I did have a resident ask, well, there are 2 other subdivisions up there. I believe it's the Villas and, I don't know, maybe the Fairways, that they only have one point of access. However, their entries are designed with a divided median, landscape median, and each side of that is designed and approved as a fire entrance exit. In case one side gets shut down, you still have the opportunity to get through the other one. So that's the difference between, I believe it's Ardglass and Oakmont intersection and the other 2 examples that were pointed out. So cutting it off is not a good idea. And then limiting access to southbound trips only was an option that was tossed out, as well as being able to provide for gates across Rye Road. So the road would be completed, but it would be gated off and provide Knox locks for the fire department to get through. And once again, as I said, we have regulations, and staff in our position can't go against those regulations. That's not in our purview, and nor would we want to support that. Another item has to do with drainage, and one is stormwater. The site has a couple of options. If they do need to detain more than they are required to detain anything in excess of their existing runoff. And if detention is required, they will have to relocate or remove units to be able to provide for those detention areas. Another item was asking about the floodplain. There's a very small portion of floodplain on the western side. They would have to go through extensive flood studies if they were trying to put any improvements in that floodplain area, and our engineering staff will certainly be reviewing that. Should something be approved here, anything for development, then it goes through that extensive review process. We're at the zoning stage right now, and engineering is detailed construction plans, grading, drainage, paving, all of that. So that comes much later in the process. School attendance is something that was brought up, and the property has been zoned for higher density uses since 1987, And the Denton Independent School District was notified of this potential zoning case in February as well as in June before these public hearings. And I guess it was about 2 weeks ago, I did receive an email requesting information on the development from a consultant with Denton ISD, but I have not heard any report back or any further questions from the school district. The dog park was relocated from the Blue X area further south so that it would be further away from the residential units. And it's a heavily treed site. And I mentioned the Endeavor settlement agreement earlier. Traffic increases. Well, for this track to be developed, vehicle trips will certainly be generated. So transportation trips will increase. Safety, it is our priority, and the existing and future infrastructure is designed to accommodate this use as well as meet our standards and engineering design regulations. Parking adequacy has been a really hot topic the past couple of weeks, and at one point they had 1.7 spaces per bedroom or per unit, and they have bumped that up to 2 spaces per unit. It's important to point out that the ITE, the Traffic Engineers Parking Generation Manual for this type of housing recommends 1.7 spaces per unit. So we're a little bit higher than they're proposing more parking than what's recommended by the manuals and regulations for developments of this type. The roundabout was another concern, and I'll certainly let our city engineer as well as our transportation engineer address any questions you have about the roundabouts. However, the roundabout, they are responding and providing it in accordance with our comprehensive plan. They are not requesting the roundabout. This is not something that would be going in with the development. It would come in later once funding was secured and full engineering design will be prepared. Lighting was another thing that came up earlier this week. The proposed ordinance that you have before you this evening, the applicant has agreed to restrict the lighting along the golf course boundary to a residential use instead of a commercial use. The golf course is considered non-residential. It's a commercial use, so that lighting level along the property line could be much higher, and they've agreed to reduce it down to single-family residential zoning category. The exterior building materials, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended for 100% brick and/or stone on the exterior facades, and staff would like to propose that be reduced to 80% so that you can have an opportunity for character as well as variety within the community. I have a couple of images on the screen that are in Larkspur that you can see. They have that opportunity to use other materials that can contribute to interest as well as structural needs. When you have gables and other architectural elements, it's better to, it's either cost effective to provide other materials or be able to have a unique facade. All of the facades that will face the northern property along the golf course, though, those will be 100% brick. And then for comparison, Larkspur to the north, they have a 75% masonry component with no single elevation having less than 50% masonry. So they're similar. The packet that you have this evening has updated elevations. They were posted in the agenda packet on Monday as well, so you can see the brick and stone and the hardy board as the key component for the materials has been removed. I'm providing you with an aerial image of the project that's in Salina being developed right now by Avila. These have very similar masonry standards, brick and stone. I will tell you that the elevations along the roadways and within the community, the roof pitches are different. Ours are greater and offer more variety in the pitch. So there's not the, like I said, the monotony of the same height of rooftop. There were a number of neighborhood meetings starting in January, and I think the last one was in probably June, early June. And staff met with folks in the Oakmont area at the Hawk Elementary parking lot in March. There was a podcast that responded to a number of the residents in the area as well as at-large concerns. And the public notices were published and distributed in accordance to state law as well as our zoning regulations. At the time of presentation preparation, we have 85 general public emails for the February commission and 29 and one those were all in opposition and one in favor for the June P&Z meeting, 10 public emails for the July City Council meeting, 7 letters of opposition. One of we also received an email from someone that had already sent in a letter from the property owners within 200 feet of the notification area. Additionally, any that have come in today that were brought to my attention, they are at your place at the dais. So we have been providing you with every email that we receive. And this is an image of the properties within 200 feet of the notification area that received a letter. Summary, the concerns, the concerns raised at the P&Z commissions, the resident and homeowner meetings have been addressed in detail. We've made ourselves available. We've tried to answer as much as we could. The applicant has met with the residents. Anybody that would want to come to the meetings anytime or taken emails, phone calls, just to help their project along. And additional inquiries, like I said, have been addressed. So in summary, the existing zoning allows for higher intensity uses. Rye Road is recommended to be extended according to our code and regulations. The parking at 2 spaces is greater than engineering standards that are adopted and accepted standards and practices. The existing infrastructure will accommodate the trips from the development. The roundabout is consistent with the thoroughfare plan. Children walking safely to school will be studied later this fall to determine crossing guard needs. The city's utility infrastructure is adequately sized for the proposed development. Drainage will not have a negative impact on upstream or downstream effects per engineering regulations and review. Green space and habitat reduction is a result of any type of development. The exterior building materials are recommended to consist of an 80% brick and or stone masonry material, and the lighting along the golf course, as I said earlier, has been restricted to reduce any spillage. The project complies with the comprehensive plan land use designation for mixed residential. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended the item 4-1 with the caveat for the masonry materials. And staff recommends the following that I just went over about the building materials, the golf course units having all 100% masonry on those facades, and restricting the lighting along the golf course. I'll be happy to answer any questions now, later, during, and the applicant is here and has a presentation.
Does the council have any questions at this time? Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Flory. My business address is 2221 Lakeside Boulevard, Suite 1210, Richardson, Texas. I sure don't. No, I don't.
Who sent it?
Josh. Yeah. Josh Eady, did you send us the presentation, or is there a way you can share your screen?
Yes, Shay, I did send it to you. This is Josh. It was the version 7. I'll see if I can pull it up as well.
Okay, I don't see it in my inbox, sorry.
Yeah. What? Just after you get through this presentation.
While we're waiting, I will mention Josh Eady, who is our development manager. He wasn't able to make it tonight. He is attending his own wedding out of town, so.
Is bachelor night?
I think so. I think they have a rehearsal dinner tonight.
Hi, Shay. I just resent you the presentation. I'm not sure if you have it. Otherwise, I have it pulled up and I can share my screen as well. And then, Jason, if you just want to cue me with next slide, I can work way through the slide.
Sorry about that, Josh. Yeah, it looks like it went into my junk mail, so I'm downloading it now.
Yeah. I might have to buy pizza yet.
All right. Well, let's get started so we don't waste any more time. Again, my name is Jason Flory. I am the VP of Development for our Dallas operations. I'm very excited about this project. I'm fortunate to be able to present tonight about this project. It really is a truly new housing option for the city. Next slide. Or can I, is this? Okay, I got it. Before we get into the specifics of the project itself, I wanted to show this snapshot of all the current villa properties that we have around DFW. As you can see, we have an extensive property portfolio in the DFW area, and that's due to the popularity of this new housing option. One thing that to mention on this, we have the same third-party property management company on all of our properties. And why that's important is because we want to make sure that those standards that we set, those high standards, are carried throughout each property that we own. So the villa concept is truly a hybrid option. They are in which we build single-story detached homes in a cottage-style architecture for lease. Our residents are individuals and families that can afford to own a home. They are choosing this lifestyle. I think that's important to note that they are choosing this. And why are they choosing this? It's because we are providing all the maintenance inside and out of homes. We even change the light bulbs for our residents. They do not have to do anything. And so that's very important, and that's why it's so popular. People are tired of home ownership and the maintenance and hassles that come with it. Some people don't. That's okay, but this is just another housing option that is new. I mentioned we have on-site property management on all of our properties, which is very important. We do these developments in more of a single-family style living atmosphere with the amenities and high-end amenities that our residents really enjoy. All of our homes have their own private backyard. We also do very extensive resident background and income screening, and share that on the next slide, all the details of those screening processes. So all applicants must make 3 times the monthly rent for the home that they are going to lease out. If they can't make that, they get denied. Credit, we run credit. We want to make sure that the applicant pays their bills, doesn't have any liens, doesn't have bad debts. All of those things are important, and if they have those things, they get denied. Criminal background checks, I think this is very important. We do not let any felony convictions of applicants approved for leasing in our communities. And we also do not let misdemeanors that are, convictions that are, that have crimes against people or property, they get denied. We also check payment history for a mortgage or a rental scenario. And if they have a guarantor, the applicant, they have to make 5 times the monthly rent. Another thing that we have in place that most people do not, we have a parking monitor system in which it's done through an app and website, and all of the residents and the guests have to register all the vehicles and have permit decals. We also have a towing enforcement company that patrols every night, twice a night, to make sure there are no parking issues each night. The app allows for our property management team to monitor repeat visitors, to really police that. We don't typically have issues with that, but it's a great thing to have. We also post parking and towing signs that have a number that our residents can call, and they can self-police and report any issues. And it goes directly to our towing enforcement company. excuse me. So Next Metro does resident surveys on all of our stabilized properties. And the reason we do that is so we know who our resident is. And what we have found that the majority of them are empty nesters, active seniors that are looking to downsize. They're tired of maintaining a home and they want somebody to do it for them. The other side is the affluent professionals that don't have a lot of kids that are looking for that lock and leave lifestyle. Our average income for our residents is over $80,000. Our surveys show that less than 15% of the residents have children under the age of 18. And our residents, one thing that's really unique about our product is our residents tend to stay with us a lot longer than traditional rental type properties. Can I get some water? So I won't go through this in great detail, but I do want to point out our density is at 8.74, which is 215 homes. If, again, from Helen Eve's presentation, this can go all the way up by right up to 274 homes. It's like 60 homes over what we are proposing here. Thank you so much. Sorry, apologize. Much better. That's very important. I mean, we are truly downzoning this with our proposed development. Also, parking, I think this is important. We are actually proposing 467 parking spaces. We actually can increase that to 20 more if we do it along Rye Road, which we don't have a problem doing. This would put it to 2.25 spaces per unit. I can tell you, I've been with Next Metro a long time. We typically are doing two spaces per unit, and we have no parking issues at that ratio. We are going above and beyond, which I'm completely fine with doing, and I think that's, what is required, and we're happy to comply with that. The rents, I think this is also very important. These aren't typical multifamily rents. These are rents that are exceeded by probably 20-25% on average. You can see we're projecting $1,500 per month for a one-bedroom. Typical multifamilies like $1,200 a month. Two bedrooms are at $1,895 per month, and our threes at $2,150. Okay, so if you equate that to buying a home, your mortgage if you're paying $2,150, that's $300,000 plus, depending on obviously your interest rate, plus taxes included in that. So the resident that we attract, it's completely different. I won't spend too much time on the by right zoning because Helen Eve did a great job on that. But there's two PDs in place. They were accepted in 1987. By right, a developer could come in and do two-family garden homes, duplex style. They can rent them out or they could sell them. They could do townhomes. They could rent it out or sell it. Or they could do neighborhood shopping, which includes apartments at 24 units per acre. When you equate that, it would be like 270 units that they could potentially do. That's like 60 units over what we are proposing. And that's by right. Traffic concerns. There's been a lot of talk about this. And there was a gentleman, an engineer that was hired by the city to do a traffic study. And they did a great job in showing 4 different scenarios by right of the traffic volume that would be generated. If you look at our proposed development, it's way less traffic than what could go in by right. I think that's important because that is not going to be a green field forever. Somebody will develop it, especially in Dallas, Texas. Okay?
This is Corinth, Texas.
DFW, excuse me. In looking at the development concerns, again, I'll just touch on them briefly. There is traffic, the traffic concerns, again, going back to the traffic study, we're going to be significantly less volume of traffic generated. Infrastructure, we verified, our engineer has verified with the city, and all the infrastructure, water, sewer, and storm, all have the capacity and sufficient to support a by right or us, and us being less, we won't have any issues with that. We also pay a tremendous amount to cities in impact fees. And what is those impact fees used for? It's for capital improvement projects. So we do contribute a lot of dollars into those. Stormwater detention. We are fine. This is very common. We have to do a detention analysis. If we have to do detention then we don't have an issue with that. The outlook for corporate, and this is really came from, well, you guys are going to build this and then you're going to sell it, right away once you stabilize it. Our corporate stance is that we are going to hold these assets long term. These are appreciating assets for us. We want to build a portfolio for our company and build our brand name Avila. So that's very important to all of us that work at Next Metro. School impacts. We generate very little, kids going, impacting schools, but we will provide a lot of tax dollars that do help schools and cities. Property value impacts. So I think this is a common misconception, and I completely understand it. We are taxed completely different than single family. Single family is based on your individual home and improvements and all the surrounding area. We aren't taxed on the individual structures. We are taxed as a whole. So it's a completely different way, and so they assess our value completely different. It's not based on one home. It's based on the entire property. Therefore, it doesn't have any negative impacts to property values. We've done, 45 projects. This is never an issue that we're going to negatively impact anybody's property values. It's apples and oranges. Mineral rights. So we have in our contract a surface waiver. We are buying the property from Endeavor. They are not retaining any of the land. We are going to own all of it. And we have surface waivers where they cannot do any drilling on our property or, quarrying for minerals. That is a waiver that is perpetual. And so there will not be any drilling on the property. I don't think our residents will enjoy seeing an oil rig next to their house. So y'all saw this picture earlier. Again, I won't go into a lot of detail on this, but I did want to point out on that north property line, we are going to keep a lot of those trees. We're not tearing down every tree that's adjacent to us, north of us. There's still a very large tree buffer between the fairways and our property line. The other thing that we did, and this was what we decided to do was do a larger setback of our homes off of the property line. I think it was a 15-foot. We moved it back from that. Again, we just want to be good neighbors. The other thing was the dog park. We heard concerns. We heard their concerns on it, and we moved the dog park. I actually like it better in this location anyway. This is a blow up. I think it's very important. It's hard to see on a zoomed out version of a site plan, but there is a lot of trails and open space in between our homes. And hopefully that's evident on these blow ups of the site plan. The other thing to point out, we have a lot of activity nodes and amenities throughout so residents can really enjoy different areas of the property and really get to know their neighbors. Leasing office and amenity areas. So these were taken from Fort Worth. Again, we're not doing a Hardy product. We're committed to doing the brick and stone. But I think one of the ones that I really like is the center photo. It really shows the quality of the amenity area. There's a pool, a spa, a covered pavilion. We have a TV in there that they can hook up to the Bluetooth. We also provided a nice sitting area with string lights over it. So we do it first class. We also are going to do fire pit areas on this property and a dog park as well. So looking at the elevations, these are 3D renderings. These are the actual elevations. Maybe the colors are a little bit different, but for the most part, this would be what it would look like, except we will do, we're committed to doing the 10-12 and the 12-12 roof pitches to give that variation that the city would like. So I pulled this out of the comp plan, the city's comp plan. So this is basically the future land use goals and the intended outcomes for the comp plan. And we just highlighted a couple areas. I think it's important. Encouraging a range of housing types that provides needed amenities and trails and neighborhood greens. We are doing that and providing that with our property. A lot of connectivity, open space, and trail integration. We are doing that. A range of development options. We are providing that by being a different option for the city. So in the real estate world, there's a lot of buzz around the single family for rent, which is what we're classified under. And we're actually in a lot of the articles because we were one of the pioneers in this space. What I think is important is the reason this is so popular across the country is because it's a really missing middle housing option. There's the single family side, there's us, and then there's traditional multifamily. There was this missing middle that really, that we're very proud of in Next Metro, is we created this space where if somebody doesn't want to live in a single family home because they don't want to deal with the maintenance of it, we are providing that, but we're doing it in a way that makes it a lot easier and a lot better for our residents. So to finish up, I wanted to just kind of list out a few things. You know, this is very popular across the country, and the reason for it appeals to a lot of different demographics. It satisfies the city's comp plan for a range of housing options with needed amenities. It follows the Corinth's comprehensive plan to provide the mixed-use uses to benefit balanced growth goals. We will have minimum school impact, but we are going to provide that large tax revenue. We did a tax study on this. It's going to be over $1 million of tax revenue for the city and school and county and whatever other taxing entities. $1 million a year, significantly higher than any single family. And then I think it's very important, you know, what this missing middle type housing option really does. It allows residents to stay in a city through different stages of life, right? So I'm in the stage, I have 2 kids. I need a little more space. I live in a single family home. But when the kids are out, it would allow me to downsize and not have to deal with the maintenance of a home. That's what this is all about, is really giving options for different housing options. Then the last thing is we do a great job on our construction quality of our homes, and our professional management are held to a very high standard to ensure the quality throughout the life of the project and beyond. So it's always looks good day one and for many years to come. And that's it. I appreciate y'all's time. I want to thank staff for their unwavering support through all this. It means a lot to us. Thank you. And I'm here for questions if you have any.
Are there any questions from the council?
I actually have a couple. How many Next Metro properties have you developed and then sold?
One in Dallas. So it was our first project, and the reason we did that is really to prove up the model. And also, when we initially started, we thought that was going to be our model. We switched over and said, hey, these are great assets to hold on to, and that is our strategy moving forward as of today. Now, could it go back to doing that? I don't know. Wouldn't lie to you, I don't know, but that is not our intent.
Well, I've attended both planning and zoning meetings, and I believe it was the one in February that I think Josh presented at. I guess one of the P&Z board members presented the question is, how long does Next Metro typically hold these properties? And he said 7 to 10 years.
That's a typical considered long-term strategy. Will it go longer than that? It could. We haven't been around 10 years from an asset standpoint, but the idea is to hold them long term because they're appreciating assets. They're more valuable as time goes on.
Okay, and one last one. What are your typical occupancy rates? Like
90, 95, 96, 97, typically.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Are there any questions from council? Okay. At this time, we're going to a public hearing. And just for a little, so everybody understands, when you do come to the podium for the people who are speaking, please state your name and your address for the records because we need to record all this. First one is Alan Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Alan Nelson. I live at 1910 Vintage Drive. I have been a resident here in Oakmont or in Corinth for a little over 10 and a half years now. And currently I serve on the board of directors of the Oakmont Property Owners Association as well. Having seen this presentation in this proposed development, I've got several concerns about it. I understand that our goal here as residents and neighbors here in the community is to have keep this neighborhood in this community with the highest values and standards that we can. The concern is that the proposed development is really not in context with what this overall community represents. It's too dense. The densities that they're proposing they're asking for variances against what your original PDs had. Those original PDs were set up for that mixed residential type of development, and those were fine at that time. They're probably still fine now. But I feel like the densities that they're proposing right now are incredibly too tight. We're looking at row housing. We're looking at military-style barracks almost, with just these continuous rows of parking lots with just houses scattered out around them. So I really think we need to reconsider that overall master plan from that standpoint. The parking's another concern. They're really not allowing enough parking for a neighborhood of really any type. Being with the POA as I have for a number of years now, we've got several neighborhoods here in the Oakmont area that are a little too tight. The parking's not good. We've got a lot of those residences have 3 and 4 and 5 vehicles per residence, and in this proposed facility doesn't look like it could sustain that kind of additional parking. So I'm real concerned about that. The connections with Rye Road to the connectivity back into Larkspur. I think we can take care of that with some crash gates if that was really the
30 seconds.
Yep, sorry. All right, Bill. But basically, those are my two primary concerns: is the density, the Rye Road, the parking. I would also like, in the last 15 seconds, if we're going to put a ornamental iron fence along the golf course, we need to also make the side yard fences be an open fence as well. We don't want these wood fences running back up into the ornamental iron.
Thank you. Eric Modrick. Yeah, please state your name and your address, and you got 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Good evening, y'all. Eric Mazurek, 1700 Andrew Court, 22 years in Oakmont community, a faithful Oakmont community member, served on POA, all that stuff. For the record, your city employee did a better job presenting this product than that guy did, for whatever value that is to y'all. And first of all, by right, I don't have to like your company. First of all, by right, you're not my neighbor. You never will be, because you're a business, not a home ownership. By right, you will never do what's right for the community that surrounds Oakmont, a staple that's been here since 1986, that has also partnered with the city of Corinth to maintain a property value that is different than the product that they're going to put in there. Who is going to control that they put 80% facade on their areas? Who's going to control all those items? I didn't see one parking spot outside the street in that development. I would ask to really look at that again. The fact that you even stated, your employee here, that they need to do a study for the kids of Oakmont, elementary kids that walk there every day like mine did, from elementary, kindergarten, all the way through middle school, through bus stops. And y'all haven't done a study on that? Y'all should be shameful on that. And if you vote tonight on that without doing that study, shame on y'all. Sorry, I've got bad eyes. 10R, 12R, the density that they say, the north property over there is a value, $600,000, $700,000 homes, $800,000 homes that people invest in, that you get $8,500, $10,000 in taxes. That's $1 million in Larkspur alone. Did you do the study on that? That's 98 homes. I counted 92, and you also shortchanged Oakmont in 1,000 homes. It's over 1,400. So where did y'all do those studies in putting 98 homes in that property and seeing the value that's increased over that from home ownership? Ownership of a community, ownership in the city of Corinth, not Dallas, Texas. By right. Where are those studies from y'all? All of y'all. Y'all have lived here quite a while. Tina, all of y'all. The better part of the community is not being served with this product whatsoever. Where is the mandatory areas of 2 cars per unit? Or is it 2 per bedroom? Or is it 20 people per bedroom? Is it 10 people per bedroom? Where are those laws? Where are those restrictions? Where are those studies? You heard him. He doesn't even know if he's going to keep this property. They haven't even been around for 10 years. How can we trust what he's saying? By his own denial that they sold it within, 4 years on that first product? Thank you.
Dale Walker.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name's Dale Walker. I reside at 1105 Ballycastle Lane. I live in the Larkspur 2 subdivision adjacent to the proposed development. I'm here tonight in opposition. My primary concern is the adverse impact to property values. I sent each of you a memorandum of concern related to this matter. You have a tremendous responsibility tonight. I hope you'll pause to comprehend that this matter impacts more than what might be perceived by some a snobby bunch of country club folks that we are not. The broader Oakmont Country Club Estates or Property Owners Association numbers 1,546 homes. So a large number of your constituents, the folks you were elected to represent, will be affected by your actions tonight. The moniker Property Owners Association is key. We are the tax-paying stakeholders that have a vested interest in our community. Renters do not. Aside from the negative aesthetics and environmental impact to a collage of marquee neighborhoods, the insertion of the proposed development is disastrous. I'm hopeful that you've all taken the time to truly visualize the landscape impacts. The action of the P&Z Commission are highly suspect. What a flip-flop from the public hearing to the last meeting, June 28th. The Commission voted on the same business with two opposing outcomes. What guidance or pressure was provided by the city staff in the executive session preceding the P&Z meeting? Perhaps better advice would have been to ask the P&Z chairperson to recuse himself from acting on the business since he was relocating to another community. The next Metro pitchman was willing to offer up many items at the end of the meeting to gain approval the last meeting, yet only one item was added to the motion. When considering decisions like you face tonight, I hope you take into considerations the win-win for all affected. There is nothing win-win in the developer pitch. Zero, and I mean zero good neighbor considerations have been offered. No consideration of a stone border or anything of the sort. If Next Metro isn't a potentially good neighbor, then they never will be. You see, Next Metro stands to benefit from a prime property surrounded by top-notch pro-achievers that make Corinth what it is today. City staff actions are very concerning. A YouTube video all but suggests this is a done deal. Oh, and the identical Wall Street Journal references by both city staff and the Next Metro pitchman concerning rentals was merely coincidental. I can quote the Journal too. This one should be taken into consideration. June 24th, 2021, Wall Street Journal. CDC extends federal eviction moratorium through July. The byline, the ban protected millions of tenants but created financial hardships for landlords. We're facing another round of the pandemic. The true impact is unknown, but something that also must be taken into account in your decision. At this time, I'll leave the zoning as is.
Thank you.
And I'll take my chances on a better suited neighbor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tom Tebus.
Good evening, it's Tevis. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. I'd like to address, so I said this in the P&Z meeting, that I represent, or I sort of have three perspectives. I've been a mortgage banker for over 20 years. I'm 2047 Fair Oak Circle in Corinth. I've been a golfer for longer than I can probably remember, and I'm on the board of governors at the Oakmont Country Club. In the mortgage business, we treat rentals differently. People treat rentals differently. They don't know home ownership. They don't know that going on to a private club is against the rules. They don't know that. The fact that this gentleman represented, when he talked about home values, he has no clue what he's talking about. Home values are dictated by comps and comparative sales. Everybody on Larkspur is going to be compared to other properties in that area, and those properties are going to plummet. Everybody in the Oakmont area is going to be affected by property values. And he says that when he talked about property values, he was talking about his own property values. He gets up here and has, a presentation that none of it was, for me, I didn't believe any of it. All of his studies were paid by his company. Did y'all do any studies? I mean, I'm just curious. Do you see the impact of some city slicker coming in here saying, oh, we've got all these properties that we haven't owned for more than 4 or 5 years, and we're not going to own them? I don't believe that at all. And secondly, for somebody to come in and talk about traffic and traffic studies that their company did we do a traffic study? Did City of Corinth do a traffic study? And so I'm just going to tell you, I'm sorry? Okay, well, you know what? Okay, that's fine. But, okay, so I'll give you traffic. The one thing that I will tell you, excuse me, sir.
Excuse me, you're cutting into his time.
Right. No, it's not fine because I have 3 minutes and everybody else doesn't have 3 minutes. So look, I'll just ask you, how many city council meetings have this many people in it? How many? I'm curious. I don't have one. One. How many? One? This one. How many residents are opposed to this? And we went to a P&Z meeting and everybody declined it. And then in the middle of the night, they said, okay, well, you know what? I got information from one of the city council members' wives. And they said that the P&Z meeting or the committee was told that the city told them to approve or go with their amount. And I think that's crap. I think it's crap. If you can't listen to the citizens that are paying for property value, for our taxes, and we invested in this community. I implore you to.
Thank you. Teresa Gohan. Guhan? Okay. Please state your name and your address, please, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, just a second. I got lung disease. Okay. I am Teresa Gahn, and I live at 1400 Ballycastle Lane. Many will address the traffic issue. Traffic is a huge concern so close to these two schools. And this development is not in line with what I think the original city plans were. And I'm very concerned about the parking. The parking is going to be fraught with peril. I have no doubt the renters and their guests will be parking in surrounding neighborhoods. And our streets are not wide enough to handle that. And if you're going to vote yes on this issue, I beg of you to force Next Metro to build the recommended parking spots, which is 653 per the plans. And note that all of Next Metro's parking study was done in Arizona. That clientele is very different than the clientele we're going to have here with retirees and everything. The renters are likely a completely different profile here, which could even include college students. You could have as many as 6 college students in those houses with 6 cars. And prior to the last P&Z meeting, Next Metro has done nothing to bring their farmhouses up to the quality of our neighborhoods. Nothing. They were forced to do that. It's a slap in all of our faces that they walked in with such a lousy plan and such cheap material. I do not quite honestly understand how prior to from the February meeting to the June meeting, we went from it not passing to passing. Very few changes were made. And I personally called all 19 Next Metro locations listed on their website. I called them all. 11 of them had numbers that were no longer in service. 7 in Arizona, 2 in Colorado, and 2 in Texas. That's 11 out of 19. 3 others had a voicemail that in no way identified themselves as Next Metro or a Villa. That's 14 out of 19 locations listed on their website. You tell me how long they're going to keep this property. You tell me what the next manager is going to do. I know some of you are interested in providing density, and density is important, but we have I-35E running down through our city of Corinth. That's all we need. And I want to remind you that you're here for your constituents. You support us. You don't support Next Metro. You don't support Endeavor. And yet he thanked y'all for your support. The City of Corinth's website has several claims, such as your city, your voice. Corinth, residents are our most important assets. Corinth is a jewel. Don't pollute Corinth with this development. This is your city. This is our city. You hear our voices, you hear our words. Thank you. I left my mask.
Thank you. Alfred Guhan.
Thank you. My name is Alfred Gahn. I live at 1400 Ballycastle Lane. I am here tonight to register my vote against the zoning changes that are currently under review. The issue that is currently under consideration has twice already been addressed by many citizens during the Planning and Zoning Committee's public forums, and in both cases, all who spoke out voiced their disagreement and disapproval with the proposed zoning changes. Unfortunately, even though the developer provided no significant modifications to their development plan as presented from their first meeting in February to the second in June, the Planning and Zoning Committee reversed their position, approving the zoning changes that were previously voted against. The vote for approval was in direct conflict with the unanimous consent of the citizens of Corinth, who expressed their disapproval due to the many negative and safety considerations on the local schools and neighborhood communities. Unfortunately, no reason was given for the reversal of position other than for staff to indicate that the zoning changes were in line with the overall comprehensive zoning plan. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the Planning and Zoning Comprehensive Plan is a document to be used by the leaders of the city to ensure the overall direction and development of the city is in keeping with the initial vision for growth, as originally established by the city leaders, with ultimate approval by the citizens of Corinth. Without direct input or objection by the citizens on issues of zoning and development changes or modifications, city leaders are to be guided in their decisions making on such topics by the plan, the direction that such a comprehensive planning document outlines. However, in times when citizens determine that the voice their opinion that following the plan is not in keeping with the best interests of the city, or when implementation of aspects of the overall plan as originally established would be detrimental to the city, as in this case, the city leaders should set aside the comprehensive plan and be guided in their decisions by the voices and concern raised by the citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, the Planning and Zoning Comprehensive Plan, a plan first put into place in the late 1980s, before the establishment of many of the local neighborhoods and schools in the areas, has become outdated and is not keeping with the needs and, more importantly, the limitations for the area of Lake Sharon and Oakmont Drive. The citizens of Corinth have recognizing this, have raised their concerns and voiced their objections, and we ask you tonight to vote against this zoning change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is it Ron Jagowski?
Pretty close.
Well.
Ron Gajewski, 1315 Ardglass Trail. Thanks for the opportunity. I find it ironic that we spent an hour or two listening to our police chief and our fire chief talking about prevention of problems, and all we've talked about since they stopped talking is water problems, drainage problems, parking problems, traffic problems, renter criminal check problems, lighting problems, nothing but problems. They want to prevent problems, and you're about to cause problems. I feel it's sad that I have to remind you folks who elected you. You were elected by the people here, not by outside interests waving $1 million in front of you. You'll get your money. You got plenty to spend. We already got a deficit. We don't need more money. Who here thinks this is a bad idea? Who here thinks this is a good idea? Who of you has the long list of tax-paying current citizens who thinks this is a good idea? Who's got the list? Anybody? Please protect our interests. That's what you're elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Donata Billings? Yep.
Thank you all for this opportunity to speak and to share our thoughts on this project.
Please state your name and your address for the record.
My name is Donita Billings. I live in Larkspur at 1108 Ballycastle Lane. I am not a golfer, but I sure enjoy watching all of my neighbors golf. My property backs up to the fairway for hole 13 of Oakmont Country Club, and I strongly object to any effort on the part of the City of Corinth to rezone this tract of land bordering Larkspur that we are discussing tonight. First and foremost for me is our children. The safety of our school-aged children is of utmost concern. There are huge, huge strings of cars, lines of cars lined up on Oakmont every school day in the morning and in the afternoon. And if you haven't ever seen it, you should go over there sometime just to see how bad the traffic backs up. I'm very concerned about the increased traffic in the area. The purpose of a roundabout is to keep traffic from stopping, but there's no way that's going to work being so close to these schools. A roundabout is absolutely unsafe for children to be navigating as they walk to the school, and pretty soon my grandchildren are going to be part of that unsafe situation. So I really want you to think about that. I worry about the city infrastructure and this increased population density that is going to impact an already stressed and stressed infrastructure that I feel we have here in Corinth. The promises of the developer, huge concerns, guys, and you've heard it from several already. We've all heard the presentation of the developer scene, and we're disappointed, very disappointed by what these homes look like. The facade of this development is not in keeping with the structure and design of our country club community and homes that we have paid exorbitant amounts for. The research that's been done shows that although the original developer may have strong plans to do background checks on their tenants, set up protocols to keep the traffic away from Larkspur, and be sure this is a safe addition to our community, the truth is that within a couple of years, this guy's going to sell this off no matter what he tells you tonight. They're going to make a lot of money, and we're now going to have new owners that don't keep up with these protocols and are not concerned about all the promises that were made by the original developer. And that's the truth of what will really happen. Next thing you know, we're going to have low rent, low, ugly-looking, cheap-looking property in our back door. And that's not what I bought up here for. That's not why I purchased where I live. As much as I don't want that as a homeowner, you shouldn't want it for Corinth either. The Rye Road access issue is problematic. It's been discussed to death. I don't want to touch that anymore. But the property valuation issue is a big thing for me and for all of the other owners in this area. Absolutely, we would not have purchased homes in this area knowing that multifamily developments would go in right in our back door, literally. And although we're told our property values will not decrease, we already know that there's homes having trouble being sold on my street. And it's because of this zoning change.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Lindsay Rail.
Lindsay Rail, 1412 Park Palisades Drive, Corinth, Texas, 76210. And I'm going to read because I'm scared. Okay. I've lived here for 16 years. Right now, I'm temporarily at Oxford at the Boulevard while my home's being renovated right down the street from where they're planning to build, which Oxford doesn't have enough space for parking. I'm constantly having to park far away from where I'm living. It's not fully occupied even, still doesn't have space for parking, and it's supposed to be luxury, but it's not well maintained. I'm also 26, and I make more than $80,000 a year, and I would never rent one of those because successful people recognize the benefit and value of owning a home, so they typically buy a home. I wanted to start by touching on the justification stated in the packet for some of these changes. Some state that the UDC wasn't up to date. I ask that you take into consideration that we're in this predicament because the zoning map was not appropriately updated to accurately meet the objectives of the comprehensive plan, which is context-sensitive placements of quality housing. So the UDC justification should not be recognized either. On the matter of coinciding with the comprehensive plan, there are several reasons why this project isn't context sensitive or seemingly does not seek to preserve the existing character or quality of housing in that area, as stated on page 11 of the 2040 comprehensive plan. Per the UDC, which is essentially the framework for a community to implement its current vision as it reads, there can be modifications to these standards if the proposed standards do not reduce a standard unless it is the greatest extent practical, equally mitigated, and improved by increasing standards of other requirements. It also allows for different standards if they're in agreement with the city's comprehensive plan and will produce sustainability equivalent to the equivalent effect or enhanced level of results as intended by the original development standards. I don't feel that a 215 unit multifamily residential cottage community gives the same community effect as a two-family garden homes, 4 to 10 townhomes, and some neighborhood shopping. And although I've read in the packet that neighborhood shopping also includes garden offices, which includes apartments, which includes villas, which includes multifamily, I feel that making that big of a stretch is not the intended original development when that was zoned, because I don't think that they were ever intending a full apartment complex to be built on that small corner cut of land. Per the UDC, Corinth requires 1 parking space per dwelling, plus 1 additional per bedroom, and then 1 for each 300 square feet of main office, with a minimum of 5 parking spots for that office. The office parking seemingly wasn't even thought about, but then that's a difference around 200 parking spaces. They offered up a small buffer of 41 spaces, but with additional occupants, guests, office parking, et cetera, for the 215 units, that's nothing. So.
Thank you. Frankie Sanford.
I'm Frankie Sanford, 1105 Art Glass Trail. I live in Larkspur subdivision. I'm hoping you guys will vote against this. I've been a Corinth citizen for 21 years, homeowner the entire time. I believe there's something special in ownership. You take care of your things a little better because you own it and you have to fix it, you have to replace it. When someone else is doing it for you, you typically don't care about it. So that's one of my concerns. Another concern is the density. This is a project that is being wedged into a bunch of developments that are. It just does not fit in the community. Parking, we've all talked about parking, about this. I don't think they have enough. It's going to spill over into, people are going to be parking on Rye, they'll be parking on Ballycastle, and they talk about all the towing they can do on their property. Well, what about ours? So please vote no to changing zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. I hate to do this, but I've been asked for a 5-minute break, so we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back here to listen.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, the meeting's back in order at this time. Tiffany Sanford. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, I'm Tiffany Sanford, and I also live at 1105 Ard Glass because I am Frankie's wife. So I have been here for 14 years, and Frankie also didn't mention that we also are owners of 2 office units at the Robinson State School corner of those office buildings. So I'm a commercial real estate attorney, and so that is my main office, and we have a branch in Dallas, but so I understand rezoning is what I'm trying to say. One of my concerns is that by changing the zoning that's currently there to multifamily, we will be forever stuck with that more dense zoning if we do that. You can't then go back to single family. It would be a lot harder. And really this use all through all the talks, whether it's from the developer or from the city staff or the city manager talking online about Q&A. They're referred to as homes. Really, the use is single-family homes, but they want to do the rezoning so that they can do things like have one parcel instead of having individual lots for each of the units or houses. And also, it gets rid of some of the things like side yard setbacks, which I don't agree with doing. And so because it really is a single-family use, you really can't look at it for parking purposes as a multi-family use. It doesn't work that way. And I thought it was interesting too. Part of what I see happening with this is that the fear of what someone's going to do with that 4.5 acres, that's the community neighborhood shopping piece, that shouldn't drive what we do on the rest of it. Because right now there's about 15 acres that has the 6.5 units per acre. That's much more desirable than 9 per acre. And even the townhome tract, that's only 7 of the acres, which wouldn't be too bad to have 10 per unit. It's highly unlikely that the commercial corner would be a convenience store with gas pumps. The corner where my office is didn't get developed that way. The corner of Post Oak and Robinson didn't get developed that way. That's a daycare. So, what uses would go on that corner? I really don't think it would be multifamily, and I don't think it would be a use like a convenience store with gas pumps. If this developer truly wanted to develop here on this tract, they could put their 3-bedroom homes.
Thank you. 3 minutes. Mr. Robert Bettis.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Robert Bettis, and my wife, Mary, and I live at 1004 Ballycastle Lane in Oakmont. We've been residents of Oakmont for 25 years, and as a matter of fact, we love Oakmont so much, we've bought and sold 4 different houses. We've had 4 houses in Oakmont. I think our community residents have already articulated and conveyed their specific concerns and fears about the proposed rezoning. So I'm not going to revisit these concerns. They've been very eloquently conveyed to you. Instead, I would like to offer my perspective as a retired law enforcement officer who served 28 years as a special agent for the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Thank you. I'm going to share a tragic real-life event that illustrates a major concerns our citizens of Corinth have about this development. In February of this year, at the Water Terrace Apartments in Sunrise, Florida, a team of FBI agents attempted to serve a search warrant on an individual suspected of sexual exploitation and possessing child pornography. The Water Terrace Apartments was advertised as an upscale living apartment experience with rents ranging from $1,800 to $2,500 per month. As the agents approached the door of the apartment, they were met with gunfire from the individual with an assault weapon. 2 agents were killed, 3 were seriously wounded. The suspect was identified as David Lee Huber, a divorced 59-year-old systems engineer and father of 2. Huber had no previous criminal record except for misdemeanor traffic violations. I think Mr. Huber's neighbor, Jorge Castillo, age 74, summed up our fears in this community the best when he said, "How the hell did this happen in a community like this? It is impossible to know who your neighbor is and what he does." I'll leave it to the council to connect the rest of the dots. The proposal to interject a transient apartment complex into our established residential neighborhoods containing hundreds of school-age children is the wrong project for this family-oriented community. You know it, we know it, and our community knows it. I implore you all to act on your sworn obligations as a city council person. Protect our community by voting against this zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Marie Hale. Please state your name and your address, please.
My name is Sean Marie Hale. I'm a resident of 1303 Ballycastle since 2015, and I've been in Oakmont since 2005. As a taxpayer and a concerned citizen, I oppose strongly this zoning change, and my reasons are as follows. Traffic, as everybody has talked about. Future decrease in the value of our properties and surrounding areas. As a resident of Larkspur, has already lost a sale of their home during the option period due to this proposed zoning change. The developer keeps stating that this proposed subdivision will not affect our values of our property in Larkspur and surrounding areas. If you have rental properties in a neighborhood of single-family owned, it will cause the property values to decrease and stagnate. It's just a simple fact that tenants just don't take pride in the ownership of their property. Over time, the development is looking at only their profit and loss statement, not how the project is going to affect our neighborhood. Originally, the P&Z denied the request, and now suddenly they approve it. Makes everybody in my neighborhood and in Oakmont question why. It sounds fishy to me. Helen, your presentation was so one-sided for the development. Very disappointing. Should state facts, not side with the developer. The statistics from the developer given to us tonight, what source did they come from? You can't compare Arizona or Colorado to Corinth, Texas. I am strongly opposed to the extension of Rye Road to Ballycastle and to this subdivision that we're talking about. The traffic on Ballycastle and the safety of our neighborhood is going to be jeopardized. The last P&Z meeting, if you're going to do this, you need to make this a breakaway for emergency vehicles only. Also, in the last P&Z meeting, Helen, you mentioned that neighborhoods in Oakmont should have two ways in and out. When you did Larkspur 2, there was your opportunity to have a second way out of the neighborhood. Wasn't done. Villas on the Fairway, one way in and out. There's a neighborhood off of Timber Ridge Circle, one way or out. The quality of the materials of the proposed rental properties is a cheap material. It is a facade, a stone veneer, and a brick veneer. By definition, masonry is a material laid and bound together by mortar. When we viewed the properties on 114, it was all veneer. It was not masonry. I urge all of you to listen to the citizens and taxpayers and these homeowners that we have here tonight and on virtually. We have pride in our ownership, and we've moved here for a reason. We moved here because we love our community. We have pride in it. You buy your family home in a location and neighborhood. You can change your home, but you can't change your neighborhood. Now, if this city approves this high-density rental property, our neighborhood has changed. The values will change. The safety of our neighborhood will change as well. So listen to these citizens. This is our biggest investment, our homes. And
Thank you.
This will be a
Greg Minard.
Hi, good evening. My name's Greg Manier. I live at 1226 Ballycastle Lane. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I wanted to say my wife and I are looking at retirement communities, and we settled on Corinth. We did that because of a couple of different reasons. We love the people, some more I've met tonight who I really enjoyed. Wonderful people, and we're happy to be here. Made quite an investment in the property because we felt like this is someplace we would like to spend the rest of our lives. What I'm asking you folks to do is, I don't need to reiterate some of the issues that are going on, is make that challenging decision between what your neighbor telling you and what the salesman is telling you. What's going to happen on the plan and what's going to happen behind my house. I have security issues. My wife has issues that we are concerned about with lighting, noise. And I'm not sure about rental values. It just seems to me that someone who has a home and invested in that real estate is going to treat it a little bit differently than someone who has the apartment rental, or cottages, as I guess we now call them. I'd like to thank you for your time, and I want to voice my opposition against the rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jose Alma Gunsman. Jose Alma Gunsman. Please state your name and your address, please.
Everybody, for this moment, I wasn't planning to talk because I'm very shy. But
We need your name and your
my
address.
name is Alma Guzman, and I live in 1712 Morning Glory Drive, right here in Corinth.
Thank you.
Right next to the development that they want to make. I have children and grandchildren living with me, and I know how that gets. We already had 2 attempts of abduction right there. Through the construction, what's going to happen? There's more children. Also, those streets, they're so busy when school time. Who's going to take care of that? They put in some stars, some hearts, some whatever. No, we live there. We know what's going on. We love our spaces. We don't want people to come and destroy what we, with so much effort and work and love, we have put in our houses. Please vote no. Vote no. This is our homes that we so much. I had to work 3 jobs to pay for my house. For now coming and go through this, please think about us. Think about what we have to go through for now to be fighting for this. There's so many other places that they can do that. So many. We don't need that. We are happy with the way the city is. Please, vote no. We're happy with what we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Beth Ruvort.
Really close.
Did I butcher that? Oh.
My name is Katie Beth Bruxford. I live at 1405 Ballycastle Lane. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition to this planned rezoning. After speaking extensively with my neighbors, spending every time I walk out of my house, this is what we talk about. Lots of time going over the plan. I've met with the developers. I've spoken with several of you. I feel like I've done my due diligence to really give this a fair shot and really tried to think about, is this good for my neighborhood? And I can tell y'all that it's just not. And beyond it being bad for my neighborhood, I'm of the belief that it's bad for the city of Corinth as a whole. When my husband and I moved to Corinth a few years ago, we chose it to raise our 3 kids in because in the chaos of the Metroplex, Corinth felt a little bit like home. It really felt like a jewel to us in the midst of the Metroplex and all the chaos and all the crazy. It just felt like a community and a town and a place that we could breathe. And I believe that Corinth is that way because the citizens of Corinth deeply care about their community. What we've heard about from Avila and Next Metro is how their target demographic is somebody who, sure, they can afford a home, they can afford to put down these roots, they can afford to do all these things, they just don't want to. They just want to be able to use his words, lock and leave. They just want to be able to do it, not think about it. They don't even want to change their own light bulbs. Their average stay is 28 months. I'm going to be here a lot longer than 28 months. I'm not going to sell my home in the next 7 to 10 years. I'm planning to invest in my community. My children invest in our community. I'm heavily involved in our schools. And I just don't know that somebody who is paying a really high price for the ability to not put down roots, to not be tied down to traditional home ownership, is the person who's going to get involved in our city. I don't think it's the person that's going to volunteer to pick up trash alongside the road. I don't think it's going to be the person that's going to be on P&Z, that's going to get involved in the PTA. That's not who that is. And I believe that's who we want living in our town, in our city, in 10 years, 15 years, 30 years. So I'm just asking y'all today to think about that, because that decision happens today. Who lives in our town 30 years from now starts today, and it starts with this vote. And I would also ask y'all to really think about the fact that all of these people have shown up. Y'all have given up so much of y'all's time. I'm so thankful for that. But we're here to speak out in opposition of this, and we're the people living in your town. We're the people who elected you to speak for us. So I would ask for y'all to just remember that. I thank y'all for your time. I know y'all are busy.
Thank you. Andrew Bucksford.
Andrew Bruxfort, 1405 Valley Castle Lane. How do you follow that, right? That's my better half, guys. Mayor, council, thank you guys for the opportunity to speak to you guys. As she just laid out, we're here. We're here to put down roots. You guys have heard from many concerned citizens here tonight. You're going to hear from some more, unfortunately. But I just want to not reiterate all the points that have been made, but kind of lay out the timeline of, I think, why you guys are dealing with such frustration. We saw the signs pop up. We organized as a community and got involved and got educated about what was going on. We attended the first planning and zoning where a presentation was made, and we got up, opposed it, and the Planning and Zoning Commission said, we're going to deny this application. We went on with our lives, continuing to live in the community, and then all of a sudden we get word that, oh, we're going to do this again. Okay, well, we'll do this again. Hopefully they've made some pretty big changes, and we show up in the second zoning and commission meeting is literally the exact same presentation. They moved a dog park. We're like, what? I don't understand. Like, how does this work that we already said this application is denied? We're Corinth, your city, your voice, and you have a bunch of people here tonight who just don't feel like you guys are listening. So respectfully, I just ask you guys to listen to what we're saying and think about when this applicant brought essentially the exact same application before the Planning and Zoning Commission, somehow, with no material changes, they did pass it with the only caveat that the structures were built fully out of stone and brick. Well, tonight's, well, okay, we'll do it 75% out of stone and brick. It just doesn't make sense to me. So we raised some major concerns, and instead of, the staff got up here and just basically said, well, those aren't real concerns. Well, they still are real concerns. They're just not really being addressed. So very concerned about that. Very concerned about the safety of our kids who walk to school. And the accommodation that's been made there is that we're just going to figure that out after the fact. Like, what a slap in the face, guys. Yes. What a slap in the face. My kids walk to school every day. I don't want to figure that out after the fact. We got to figure that out before we launch into something that's going to take this area and this community, this city, in a direction that you don't want to go. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thomas and Joni Dudley.
I know it's getting late, and I thank you for your time, Mr. Mayor and council people. I did notice that, Bob, you left during a lot of people that were talking. I would appreciate you'd always be here. But anyway, I can't say anything that
your address, please.
Thomas Dudley and Joni Dudley, 1002 Ballycastle, have lived in Corinth since 1996, more than some of you up there. We elected you folks to do a job for us. I believe I looked Bob Hart on Facebook, you had some questions about a traffic study. I challenge all of you up there, have you done a traffic study at 7 a.m. on a Monday morning on a work day and a school day coming out of Lake Spur? Try it. It is not easy to get out of there. And you're going to put more traffic with rentals, and I hate the word rentals because I have no problem with that development, single-family homes, patio homes, or condos. Totally against rentals. But I dare you to come make a study during traffic time, school time, work time, and you'll see what it's like just getting out of there. So you add 400 more cars coming out of the new rental development, it'll be impossible. And a roundabout will not save it. Thank you for your time. And Mr. Burke, a gentleman was talking. We only get 3 minutes to talk. You interrupted him. Your mama should teach you some manners.
Thank you. Gabriel Silva.
Good evening. My name is Gabriel Silva. I live in 1222 Valley Castle Lane here in Larkspur. Your voice, your city. That's our city motto, isn't it? Well, I'm here for the third time to make my voice heard with hopes that this time you really listen to not only what I've got to say, but what hundreds of your constituents also have to say about this. We understand, they have the right to request rezoning for this land. Personally, I will be open to the rezoning approval if this will bring something good for the community. But in this specific case, the project they intend to build will only leave a big scar on our beloved neighborhood forever. So the real issue here is not so much about the proposed rezoning. It's about the consequence that this rezoning will bring if you give way to a high-density rental property. High-density multifamily rental properties will bring higher crime rates, higher traffic, and will devaluate the properties around them. That's a fact. Why do we need more rental properties in Corinth? When Agora, which we just voted for, will bring plenty of rentals for the area. Why to build rental properties in the heart of Corinth, where they will only disrupt many things around it? The answer is simple. The landowner and the developer are here to make money, and they don't really care about the community. That's also a fact. That's where you come in, and why we are here. We're here to remind you that as elected leaders of this community, we have placed in your hands the responsibility to act to what better serves the community and not only the pockets of few. Please explain to us how the community will really benefit with the construction of this project. A council member was asked during this process, what would you do if you live around this project and this project gets approved? The answer was, I would probably sell my house. The answer speaks tons to why this project needs to be stopped. This request was denied back in February. Then, once the election season passed, PNC magically approved it when little to no changes were made to the proposed development. Why in February PNC thought this was a bad idea and now they're in favor? Why? What changed? Our voice, our city. I'm really sure you will make the right decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Novak.
How y'all doing, Council? Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. Joseph Novak, 1302 Valley Castle Lane. Been here since 2007. Love the community. Seen a lot of changes, everything from the gas well defeat, which city was okay at that time, except for the ordinance change of footage from, I think it was 1,000 down to 350, which the gas company wanted, but multiple wellheads, but that was okay. I don't know what that's zoned under. My perspective is inside their community, they have wooden fences that give them privacy, right? Give them screening. What about us? I live on the 13th. What about my right to privacy? What about my right to screening? You're going to provide me with oaks that are older with foliage up this high or higher, which I see right through. That's not screening. You're going to take all the bramble out. You're going to take all the trees out. And I'm going to be left with looking at lights. Oh, diminished lights, lower candlewatt hours. Bull crap. This whole thing stinks. I'm ready to sell my house, but you know what? My neighbor can't sell her house. Her earnest money was returned because, what's going behind us? Yeah. My neighbor down the block, he's a nice guy and moved in from Chicago. Oh, he's slammed to the wall because of this. How would this is ridiculous. People move here for relaxation, golfing, retirement. Most of us are at retirement age. This is last stop. Not this crap. I'm piping mad at this. One-way entrances. Give us a median. Split the road a little bit. There's your two entrances. Scrap Rye Road. My ADD is out of control. Here's the deal. I'm going down Lake Sharon today. I've got to keep up the cars. I'm going 50 miles an hour plus. Well, I broke the speed limit, by the way. Ooh. So I'm going 50 miles an hour plus. Some people don't even know what a stop sign is. You get to a roundabout. It's a joke. Have you ever stayed at a roundabout, worked around one, just watched? It's nutball. It's a joke. People are going around circles. They don't know when to come in or out. They sit in the middle. What the heck is that all about? Come on, guys. Let's get this together. Your constituents are crying out. They want this to end. No sales? How about the multiple sales in Phoenix, Arizona to the tune of about $54 million at one time? Huh? How about selling it to Keller Development in Phoenix, Arizona to where they advertise in the school newspaper, the college newspaper for renters? Don't sell. We don't sell. We hold on to properties for 10 years, 7 years. Baloney. Tell the truth. He's not speaking truth. We're speaking truth. We represent this community. You represent us. Do the right thing.
Thank you. Michelle Del Capio.
My name is Michelle Del Carpio, and I live at 2506 Blue Holly Drive in Cypress Point Estates. I'm here today to express my opposition to the proposed rezoning. I want to start off by making it clear that I object to anything that will enable a developer to build multiple rental properties in my neighborhood, like apartments or the like. This is not the kind of neighborhood that I moved into 17 years ago. We chose Corinth because there was no apartments here. I lived in Denton. I lived in Louisville. I grew up in Houston. There's no zoning there, so there was apartments everywhere on every corner, between houses, between businesses. The city of Corinth does not need, nor do the citizens want this development in our area. This development is very close to two schools. Everybody's already talked about all the traffic that increase that it's going to create, and we're going to need at the very least a crossing guard, but probably a stoplight to address all of the traffic. The speed limit on Lake Sharon was just increased to 40 miles an hour, which is, in my opinion, way too fast. I live right there at Blue Holly and Lake Sharon, and people, like you said, fly down there going 50 miles an hour, and little kids cross these streets to get to school, kindergarten age, 5- and 6-year-olds. There's no other Next Metro properties that are near to universities. And so the kind of demographic that is going to move into these properties are going to be, more college kids or people wanting to get into, the schools. And so the demographics that they presented are probably not as accurate for these, for this corner. Renters have no loyalty to the area that they live in. They don't care about the area there. It's just a temporary stopping place for them. This will drive our property values down because there's going to be higher crime because people don't care about their properties. The city infrastructure probably needs improvement before focusing on adding additional properties to this area. We have major flooding problems on the end of Blue Holly that I'm on. Water comes up to my back door, and I've tried to address it. And so I think that kind of thing should be focused on over adding more rental properties to the neighborhood. So please say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Vernon. State your name and your address, please.
Good evening. Mark Vernon, 1624 Redwood Drive. And I did not come with a prepared speech, so I've made a few notes on my phone, so I apologize for looking at that. I've been a resident here for over 20 years. My son walked and rode his bike up Oakmont, down to school, through the intersections, past the area where we're talking about. And the traffic is bad now, and I can't imagine what it's going to be later. I also wanted to bring to bear a little bit my background. I worked for the Dallas Police Department and have for over 30 years. I have worked around multifamily units and apartment complexes, and there's very few police officers out there that if you ask them the question, there's a difference in crime between multifamily units and residential locations, and that is just reality. So we talked a little bit earlier in the presentation about our future attempts to make sure we have crime reduction issues and no increase in crime, but you see that across the board, and I guarantee you, regardless of what anybody tells you, you will see an increase in crime for a lot of the reasons and the things that folks have pointed out today, this evening, about lack of ownership of property, transient personnel. Hey, 28 months, average tenant time. I've been here over 20 years. Many people in this room probably around that period of time or so as well. There is a difference when it's your property and you have a stake in the community long term and plan to have one. We are looking for a retirement home. Corinth is one of the places we're looking at. But I will tell you that my opinion of what will happen when I try to find a retirement home will change potentially based upon what the decision is done by the council tonight. Because I did not attend the planning meetings. I was not aware of that, and I almost missed tonight because I thought it was August and not July. But I will say that I have heard from everybody that attended those, there is nobody supporting, outside of the developer and outside of the person that owns the property, nobody's supporting this change in the zoning. It's a zoning committee meeting to propose a change, and yet nobody's supporting it. Why is it even still happening here? Why is it even still out here? And here we are, and I don't know what the outcome is going to be. I'm going to wait and see what the vote is. But to have everyone that lives in these communities sitting here and talking and all the things they're talking about, sure, there's some things that could be mitigated, but that's not the point. Nobody's listening to that. So I did make a couple of notes right here real quick. A couple of points from tonight's presentation. Staff mentioned they don't know if the units are going to be leased. They could be bought or whatever, but then the presenter presented his thing and said, absolutely, we're going to lease them. That's our whole thing. And then they're only going to stay about 28 months. So anyway, I missed all this. I'm just going to ask you all to urge you to do the right thing and vote no on this. So thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Sloan.
Hi, my name is Kathy Sloan. I live at 1626 Oak Ridge Drive, which is, I think, on the 8th hole in Fairway Estates. You might ask, why are you so concerned being far away from that corner to be, further where I can go Oakmont to Robinson to go anywhere I need? Well, it's because we moved from Farmers Branch, Texas. We also have property in Flower Mound, Texas, but we chose to stay and live here since 2016 in Corinth on a very quiet golf course. And my husband and I do not golf. We just love living on golf courses. It's a community. It is a quiet place. It is absolutely beautiful. My son actually attended Marcus, not Geyer. I made that drive every morning before he got his driver's license to take him to Marcus And although we have property in Flower Mound, chose to live in Corinth because it is such a beautiful community. I drive past there, people are walking their dogs. People are out there with their children and their strollers and everything. And it makes me long for the time that Farmers Branch was like that. But hello, does everyone know the lights at Vitruvian? Do you know what's happened to my neighbors on the 19th hole of the Presidents, where Jordan Spikes, or whatever his lovely name is, I don't know, he used to play in our backyard when the juniors were going through. But they are trying to leave because they are being vandalized at Brookhaven Club. Because Vitruvian keeps expanding everything. Yes, the lights are lovely. Oh, isn't that wonderful? But I'm talking about people and property and families. And the lady who works 3 jobs to move to our area. My God, I applaud. I never had to do that. And thankfully my husband, I never had to do that, but God bless her heart. And I'm just saying, please, please think about where the wildlife is going to go, the gorgeousness of our bodies of water that we have there. Oh, and guess what? The snowpocalypse, we had that really good, hill and everything. What's going to happen when we have 400 more cars? A roundabout. I am terrified. Our property is near the roundabout in Chin Chapel and Dixon. Okay? Nobody knows how to deal with a roundabout. It's bad enough that they don't know how to deal with stop signs, but the roundabout, I've seen cars go up, I've seen cars go in one of the houses, property there, and it's just, I just implore you, I'm a very passionate individual. I love Corinth, trying to get my husband to stay here, and I hope that you vote this down. God bless y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any on the Zoom?
Sir, first up we have Chris Nader. Chris Nader, I'll go ahead and unmute you now. Chris Nader, can you hear us? You may have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, please state your name and your address.
Christine,
and you have 3 minutes.
Valderrama Lane. Rye Road. Rye Road, to those of us who live in Larkspur, we've already had the experience with the city planning when the phase 2 came before everybody and was approved. We were promised 20 feet of protected land behind us, natural state, and all of that. All the homeowners that bought that land, they knew what the rules were. The rules were by the city, by Oakmont, and by the developer. And guess what? No one enforces it. Those people have cleared the land, the 20 foot of land behind Valderrama. They've cleared it. They've put up hammocks, paving stones, bistro tables. They have their music up there, right there. So there went the nature. There went the divider between the 2 neighborhoods, and the city doesn't enforce it. So do not think that we are so naive that you guys might want to put Rye Road through and say, oh, we'll put a crash gate, or, oh, it'll only go one way. Are you kidding? If that ever gets developed through, there goes our pristine neighborhood that we've all paid to beautiful prices for our beautiful homes to live there. It's, I would love to talk to the chief of police right now and ask him if we're still going to maintain our 15th safest city in Texas if this development comes through. I don't think so. Also think that from the standpoint of Rye Road, if this development or any development that comes through is so fantastic that the city wants to push it through this hard and push it down our throats this hard, then you do it alone. You don't do it on the backs of our neighborhood. We don't need a city street and city traffic coming from 35 into Oakmont, up into our glass Valley Castle, and into that neighborhood, come out on Rye Road onto Lake Sharon. Every high school kid who lives in other parts of Oakmont is going to skip that roundabout to get to class fast or get to Starbucks, and is going to come up through our neighborhood. During COVID, when there were hardly any traffic at all, one of our cars got sideswiped from a delivery person. There's no room. Our streets are really small. Corinth did not plan that well enough. You can't take our small little streets and now make them a city pass through. That's not what our neighborhood was intended for. And all I can say is we have a 5-bedroom house. The city gets the taxes off of our nice 5-bedroom house. We have more than 5 cars, and we have 5 adult registered voters in our household, and we'll be voting next time. You guys do the right thing. You represent the citizens of.
Thank you. Okay.
Next up, we have Mark Jaskulski. I hope I'm saying that right. Mark, I'll unmute you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, Mark Jaskulski, 731 Vintage Drive in the beautiful city of Corinth. I've just got a couple of concerns. I don't live right next to this, but I am an educator. I've been an educator for 31 years. Most of that right here at good old Denton ISD. I drive out of here every morning, past the intersection of Hawk Elementary and Corinth Elementary, and it is packed. It is dangerous. Throwing 210 homes in an area where I really question whether or not I just can't see 200. That is so dense, it's beyond me. The traffic and everything is going to be more intense. And I'll be honest with you, I'm worried about that. One of the aspects of this community that I think makes it great is the fact that we have neighborhood elementary and a neighborhood middle school. If you throw more residents, especially 210 of them, I question just how long you're going to have that. The other thing that I really want to know, I'm sure the city council, and I'm certainly not going to tell you how to do your jobs. We voted for you and we have trust in you. I'm one of those that suffered damage. I still have damage in my house from the freeze, from when ERCOT shut off the power. My home was without power for 4 days. 4 days. No water for 3 days. I would certainly hope that anything that's built in Corinth anywhere, a full study has already been done. Policies have already changed so that what happened to us in February will never happen again. That really needs to be taken care of. Folks, it's an hour and a half until Friday. I appreciate you being here this late. You all have a great day. And no, do not vote for this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Gregory Gatsky. Gregory Gatsky, I'll go ahead and unmute you now. Gregory, can you hear us? You may have to hit unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
This is Gregory Gatsky, address 1622 Birch Lane, Corinth, and Cypress Point. Would like to go ahead and mention the representative from the company who went ahead and was saying here that they're here for the long term. It was interesting to note here, his long term, he mentioned about 7 years. Now, I don't know about you, but a lot of people, when they're in a relationship 7 years, they get a 7-year itch, and then they go ahead and they leave. But my concern is that if this company were to go ahead and belly up, what provisions have y'all discussed with the city attorney, along with Bob Hart, on who would take care of this land development of the 200 plus homes? And also the gentleman that just spoke here that talked about that freeze that we had. What provisions are there in place if things are not built properly on these homes and they have severe water damage and leakage a lot here? Somebody's going to have to pay for that. Do we have enough resources in our emergency fund to go ahead and pay for water and things here, albeit it would be frozen, whatever? But this is a concern. If you look on that map that representative showed to everyone here, there is absolutely no development in Colleyville, South Lake, North Lake, West Lake, Argyle. You know why? because those are quality, high esteemed areas. And I would like to think that we, the residents of Corinth, live in a nice quality place, and it's just not the right fit. I know the city council people are concerned about possible lawsuit from the landowner here. You know what? So be it. We've done lawsuit before here, but it's not right for all of the various reasons of so many of the representatives, Corinth, that have mentioned. And I would appreciate you, the elected officials, duly elected, who care and love about our city, to please do the right thing. Vote no. And planning and zoning here, they need to go ahead and look at all of the other various plats and make sure that something like this doesn't happen again. I've lived here since 1999, and we need to make sure and prevent issues here so that things are clear to everyone in the city. I thank you for your time, and please vote no.
Thank you.
All right, we have T. Clark. T. Clark, you can go ahead and hit unmute now.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Outstanding. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Tataro Clark, and I live in Larkspur at 1408 Valley Castle Lane. I am within the 200-foot boundary of the construction of this proposed development, and I would like to say first and foremost thank you to Tina Henderson, Steve Halsworth, and Kelly Pickens for your response to my emails that outlined my concerns. That just knowing that you took the time to read and directly respond to all the points that I brought up, that that lets me know that you're actually sitting and you're actually listening to your constituents. The concerns focusing on property value in my email have been reiterated numerous times during this evening, and I don't want to belabor those points. What I will say is that I am a father, I'm a husband, I am a veteran, I'm a homeowner, and most importantly, to the City Council, I'm a citizen of Corinth. And I said this during the P&Z meetings and the P&Z, meetings that happened before this that approved and pushed this thing forward. But my wife and I picked Larkspur because we believe it and Corinth to be a jewel of the Metroplex, and we were looking to purchase a home that we could live in for an extended period of time, that we could lay down roots. We have a 2-year-old, and we haven't had to worry about the walking to school situation yet, but I know that our intent is to be here long enough that we do have to worry about that, regardless of whether it is just across the street or having him eventually go to Geyer. But we invested significantly in our home, and we invested as recently as last month when I just had to rip out both of my air conditioning units and put in a couple $1,000s worth of air conditioning. So like we invested because we know that you, our elected representatives, are going to speak on our behalf, because we have that faith that, just like everybody else that has come to this meeting and spoken, that you, our duly elected representatives, are going to do the right thing. Revisiting the point that I made earlier about me being a veteran, I was an officer in the Army, and one of the things that you learn as a junior officer and as a field grade officer is that sometimes you have to do the hard right over the easy wrong. And I think that with everybody that has stood up and made the points about the safety, about the traffic, about the rental, and about the property values, and about the additional kids for the elementary schools, that the hard right has been identified and the easy wrong has absolutely been identified. And I'm just going to ask you as your constituent to do the right thing here. Vote no on this proposal. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next up online, we have Kathy Folger. Kathy Folger, you should be able to hit unmute now.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
We can.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm Kathy Folger. I live at 1637 Ash Lane. Our backyard is about 1 yard away from the corner of Oakmont and Lake Sharon. And we're concerned, just like everybody else, from what I've heard so far. We're concerned about parking, traffic. We're concerned about the green area that would be destroyed should this development happen. We also don't want our property values to decrease because of it. We're happy with the way things are here now. About the roundabout, I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask about this or not, but according to the map that we got in the mail, it sort of looks like the roundabout's going to cut into our backyard. So I was just wondering about that. Let's see. I just wanted to say, for every one of us that's attending this meeting and speaking in person or online, there are many more who feel the same way as we do. They just couldn't be here, didn't quite know that it was tonight or whatever. But I think we're just a few of many that are out there that are concerned. And that's about all I have. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Next up online, we have WD. WD, you should be able to hit unmute now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Wendy Dixon, and I live at 1925 Wickersham Lane. So when my family moved back to Texas about 3 years ago, we happily chose Corinth, specifically right across from Hawk and Crownover, for the excellent schools, the safe neighborhoods, and the small town feeling. My family absolutely loves taking walks and bike rides through the beautiful tree-lined streets, and we like to wave to our neighbors and friends along the way. I have 2 children, one at Hawk and one at Crownover. Both of my children walk to school on a daily basis, and I enjoy walking with them. Everyone feels safe, and thankfully we have a crossing guard where my kids cross the street. Unfortunately, I don't think this new proposal calls for a crossing guard at Oakmont and Lake Sharon, but I have heard talks of it. So I hope that no matter what happens, that there is a crossing guard that does start to work at that crossing. But when I learned about the plans for the small townhouse area to be built in the Lake Sharon and Oakmont area a few months ago, I joined all the Zoom calls. I've spoken at each meeting, and I've emailed both everyone in the P&Z committee and on the city council. During the first P&Z committee, you can't imagine my relief when I heard that the plans were voted down, then my shock when we had another P&Z committee meeting and they were voted to move forward. So I do have to share some of my concerns. As everyone's mentioned, the increased traffic during school drop-off and pickup hours because of the new streets and increased population is definitely dangerous for our school children. This new development is right across the street from Hawk. Just the students and the children in our community should be your top priority. I'm going to get choked up because, like I said, I have 2 kids that walk to school, and I get scared for their safety. The increased population density. The schools are great, but adding a large number of new students, it just isn't feasible. I know the developer said that families don't typically live in these homes, but these are top-ranked schools in the area, and I truly believe people will want their kids to go to the schools, and I don't know how the schools could handle that change. Mentioning the roundabout, just safety, kids walking to school, it's just unsafe. I have a lot more to say. I'm not opposed to new homes, but maybe the zoning can be changed to just regular single family, just a neighborhood, just like Larkspur, add on to that. I don't have much time left. My daughter is 13 years old, and she cried when I told her about this. She stayed up as long as she could, but she actually fell asleep. And she has a letter that I'd like to read on her behalf. She said, "My name is Kennedy Dixon, and I'm a student at Crownover Middle School. I walk to school every day, and so do a lot of my friends. I'm really scared for my friends that walk in that area because of all the new houses and the increased traffic. I'm afraid someone's going to get hit by our car. My family and I ride our bikes, and I'm sad that all the trees will be gone. I'd love to leave it as is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up online, we have Aaron Petty. Aaron Petty, you should be able to hit unmute now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Aaron Petty. I live at 1402 Ballycastle Lane. Like a lot of my neighbors, this is going up right in my backyard. And the things I wanted to touch on are not so much some of the things that we've heard so much they've been kind of beat to death. But one thing I kind of noticed was that in the first two presentations, we kind of heard a lot about how this development kind of passes the necessary or minimum requirements in certain areas, traffic studies, roundabouts, drainage issues, even the infrastructure concerns that were talked about relative to the water consumption. Even I think Bobby actually talked about some of the internet usage for future residents. And we've talked a whole lot about parking, but they seem more like justifications and about passing minimum requirements. But I still haven't heard a whole lot on how this development's a good fit for the surrounding neighborhood and how it's actually going to add value. So, I mean, I understand, like most people here, that we need to accept a certain level of growth from the city or from a citywide perspective, and this land's going to be developed by someone at some point through Endeavor's ownership of the land. But is this really the best usage for that parcel of land? I mean, do we really need a rental complex with those number of cars and people that close to the schools? And really, is the density purposes that we've all heard so much about the most important thing? For example, I know the city didn't want a Motel 6 to go in over on the other side of I-35 due to the nature of what that national chain typically brings with it. But 215 rentals shoehorned backed up to 500K homes on a private golf course near an elementary school is a good idea. It seems inconsistent and strange to me. I mean, we think is this development going to reduce traffic? Is it going to make our roads safer? We all know the answer is no. Will placing a roundabout at that intersection with additional 430 cars at that corner now really make it safer for school children? Will rentals, I mean, is that going to bring more or less folks who are invested to the area? Most likely they're going to be temporary residents who move after a typical 1-year stay. Is crime going to increase in that area, or is it going to decrease once all the rental units are built in that area? I'll take a wild guess and say that it's going to increase. That, you know, basically I've said this before in letters to you guys, that rentals bring transients and transients bring some level of crime. And all that data's out there. It's basically been proved out over time. The other thing I wanted to touch on real fast was about the fearful concerns of litigation. And what it's going to mean to the residents if that were to come to pass. But I think the worst decisions that we make are the ones that we make out of fear. We would normally want to do over on those. So I think this, hopefully, everybody realizes that it's a poor fit for the surrounding neighborhoods, and the development brings no value to the area, and the residents are firmly against it.
Thank you.
Online, we have Sue Wood. Sue Wood, you should be able to hit unmute now.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Sue Wood. I live at 1006 Ballycastle Lane. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. One thing for certain is things are going to change. They can't stay the same forever. It seems like good leaders find a way for progress to happen and all concerned parties to have their needs met. It's clear from what's been said tonight that this development does not meet the needs of your citizens. I urge you, please hear us and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up online, we have Veronica Munir. Veronica Munir, I'll unmute you now.
Hi there. Thank you very much. My name is Veronica Munir. I live at 1226 Ballycastle Lane. My husband Greg spoke earlier. I think we're some of the newest members to the Larkspur neighborhood. Honestly, we closed in April of this year. We haven't even officially moved in. We've been kind of back and forth, enjoying meeting the neighbors. We're loving our open space and the beauty of our new house. This was our dream house, our retirement house. And now we learn about this huge, development issue. And I'll be honest with you, right now, we're renters. We sold our house in the Chicagoland area, the western suburbs, last November. And we moved into an apartment to give ourselves a better position when we went to make an offer on our house. It worked out great for us. And guess what? Our timeline in our apartment was 1 year. And when we moved in, this was a quote unquote luxury building. It's nice. It's in our downtown. We walked everything. And it was always, 90%, 97% occupied. And guess what? It's not. And so you know what's better than no rent? Vouchers. And you know what that brings? That brings low income Section 8 people. I have no problem with people needing housing and wanting to live. Well, we're paying, these exorbitant rents, and now we're having to live with, people that maybe don't appreciate all the amenities that we have. So I guess the point I'm making is, the gentleman that spoke earlier on behalf of the developer, that was your B-list speaker. The guy needed a glass of water to, choke down everything he was trying to say. I felt like his proposal was take what we're offering, because what could happen here could be a lot worse. Well, I think that the council needs to look at this and say, what we have is good enough. We have good people, good neighbors. And I think what you're proposing to bring here maybe initially might work out, but down the road, I just don't see it being feasible. And I see them dumping it, and then you guys end up with God knows what moving in, and the traffic and the child safety and all the concerns that everybody's raised. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next online, we have Jazz Ook. Jazz Ook, I will unmute you now.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, I like Chicago style on calling out the B-list speaker that was on tonight. I think this whole project is B-list.
Sir, please state your name and your address.
Can you hear me?
State your name and your address for the records, please.
Jazz Ook. I reside at 2208 Valderrama Lane. A lot of the concerns that have been listed, I share, so I won't get into that. But I will get into the only person who seems to want this project to go through, and that is Helen Eve. Judging by her LinkedIn profile, it seems like she just jumps city to city. First, she starts in Allen, and then she goes to Salina, and then she comes to Corinth. So she's jumping city to city. I feel so bad for those other cities. I wonder what she did to screw them over. It seems like she doesn't.
Mute this.
Mayor, that looks like all we have online right now.
Okay. Thank you. This time we have Amy, is it Connie? Coney? I'm sorry. Please state your name and your address for the records, please.
Hello, my name is Amy Conine, and I live at 1705 Gossamer Lane. I live in the Eagle Pass community, and I understand the negative impact of the proposed development and the impact it will have on our community. I've attended the informational meeting back in January, both planning and zoning meetings, and of course I'm here tonight. I've read through the packets and the plethora of emails against this zoning change. Except
we keep being told there was one in favor, but I did not find that in the packet from that planning and zoning meeting. I've watched Next Metro answer questions based on their audience, but make minimal changes in their proposal. I've watched our city planner continue to push for this project and support the developer in spite of the overwhelming opposition from the community. I've also watched Mr. Hart, our city manager's Q&A regarding the development. It's very frustrating to listen to him tell us how the zoning should be modified from its 1987 declaration, and yet tell us this is better for our area. This tract may need to be rezoned and may have been overlooked in our comprehensive plan, but not with what is being proposed. Cranover was built in 2002 and Hawk was built in 2005. These schools were not taken into account in 1987. Furthermore, the amount of pedestrian traffic on Oakmont was not taken into consideration. It just didn't exist yet. We were told at the last planning and zoning meeting that a crossing guard would be budgeted, putting additional stress on Denton ISD and city resources. We were also given promotional materials supporting a traffic circle. A crossing guard does not solve traffic concerns for students walking home from after-school activities, including athletics practice, UIL practices, club meetings that are both before and after school, and not to mention elementary orchestra that meets at 7:10 in the morning. I've spoken previously regarding my experience as a property manager, and I've also spoken about Next Metro's representatives' lack of understanding of fair housing laws and the state of the rental market in this area with 2 major universities and a community college. Make no mistake, all rental properties in this area are student housing. It's just how it is. I get applications all the time for 6 people in a 3-bedroom because they're all going to share because it's easy to split $2,100 among 6 people. Let's see. Changing the zoning to support a rental community will negatively impact Corinth, and we should not settle for what the developer is proposing. I implore you as our city council to listen to your constituents and to vote against this requested zoning change. Mr. Flory, I implore you to withdraw your request and to listen to the community you are attempting to invade. As you said, you're here to build a brand, and we ask you to please build it somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. I also have 24 additional requests here that are opposed to the villa development, and this will go in the record also. So, not that's recorded. Okay. So at this time,
real quick, we have one more person online who'd like to speak. John Malloy. John Malloy, I'll unmute you now.
Thank you for doing that. I don't know why I've been on here since 7 o'clock, but didn't have me. First of all, thank you, Mayor and Council, for the time you sacrificed from your families to give to our community. These are tough times, and issues like this are tough. And I know from experience, I was the mayor of Hickory Creek. I sat on City Council, Park and Recreation, you name it. And when things like this come up, they're tough. But to the speaker that spoke for the developer, I counted that he used the word could 27 times. When I'm in front of my clients selling my product, I use the word will, and I use the words that are more positive towards the sale of my product. I don't like the word could, not when someone's trying to sell me something. So put that aside. We also heard about the police department and fire department wanting to increase their budgets, and I believe in that wholeheartedly. I support them, the fire department, and I support the police department. When I was the mayor, myself and Shirley and Olive and Jerry took up what was called the Lake Dallas Volunteer Fire Department, and we made it what it is today. And so I appreciate all that you guys do to volunteer, and I understand the pain and anguish. But I also listened to y'all wanting to change Dobbs to Lake Sharon. That's great. It's fantastic. A lot of land over there to put this project. Tons of land to put this project. But not in our backyard. Sam, Steve, myself, we live on number 9. I wouldn't want it across from us. I don't think you guys would either. I hope that y'all vote no, because this is not meant for this area. It's meant to be somewhere close to a highway, somewhere close to a shopping district where people can walk, but certainly not near our schools, not on the gem of our Corinth. What we have is Oakmont Country Club. And to put this on Oakmont would be just insane. And by the way, I'm a left-handed person that plays right-handed, so they probably have about 20 golf balls a month in their windows from me, but it'd be accidentally. So anyway, I asked you guys, please vote no. I know all the council people, and Bill, I had the same problem saying last names when I was doing it. Y'all have a great night, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
We have a couple other people that just raised their hand. Christy Sessions. Christy Sessions, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Hi, thank you. Christy Sessions, 2905 Sioux Court. I just wanted to find out, I've been listening like the whole night and the couple of meetings before. I've heard no one in favor of this proposal. Can you tell me one person who is actually in favor of this?
You got 2.5 minutes to wait.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. There was nobody, right? Bueller. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Next mayor, we have Michael Hunt. Michael Hunt, you should be able to unmute yourself now. Michael Hunt, can you hear us? You may have to press unmute.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I just wanted to.
Please state your name and your address, please, for the record.
Michael Hunt, and I live at 1309 Valley Castle Lane. And I just want to kind of piggyback on Mr. Malloy's comments. A number of people that presented tonight referenced the comprehensive plan, and I know that has to do with the development of Corinth, but it appears that a number of apartment complexes and rental properties have been built over the past couple of years. The Millennial Project on the other side of 35, the Oxford, I believe it's called, facility down by the Walmart and Walgreens. So a number of rental properties and units like that have been built in the area that go towards that plan. It's just none of them have been built around a community such as ours. I mean, they've all been built in areas that, can withstand that type of volume, that type of parking, that kind of impact on the community around it, or in the area that they've been built. It seems so different that a community of this type would be built around a country club type area. And why would that be so different from the other plans that have been done in the community, I guess, is the question. I guess I guess that also piggybacks on Christy's question of, who really wants this? So I guess that was just my concern is that we are building in the area, and we are building this type of housing in the area. It just seems odd to be put in the position or in the location that it's being put in today, and especially against the wishes and concerns of the majority of the residents, or almost all the residents in this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that's all we have online at this time.
Okay. All right, at this time then, I'm going to close the public hearing. And Mr. Hart.
Yes, Mayor and Council, at this point, if you have additional questions of the staff or the applicant, they're available. The consultant that prepared the traffic impact analysis is also available. So if there are no further questions of them, then it would go back to you for a motion and a vote.
Okay. Excuse me. Do I have an opportunity to rebuttal some of the comments I heard?
No. Let's not ask a question.
We had our time.
What's that? Yep. Okay. You got.
3 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Interrupt.
Okay, so I just want to address a few of the comments. Excuse me. One, there were many comments about why in this location. In Denver, we actually have a project that sits on a golf course called a Villa Buffalo Run. Okay.
Please give him the respect.
Thank you.
3 minutes, that's respect.
Second, we have built around schools as well. A Villa Northside is in McKinney. It's like 1 mile away from a community college over there. So we have built in those locations. Secondly, there was a discussion on the flooding issues. Again, we are mandated by the city to adhere to the standards, the design standards. We are not going to build in a floodplain. It takes, as it was mentioned, it takes a long time to go through a floodplain reclamation. We're not going to do that. Two, I will mention that, there are areas of opportunity to not tear down trees, and that's our intent, is not to tear down trees if we can. So that's another thing. The 28 months, I think it's important to understand, why they're moving out. A lot of times what happens is, I'll give you an example. You graduate from college, you have the money to buy a home, you don't want that right now, but they don't want to live in an apartment anymore. So they live and build equity, or build, more money to be able to put a down payment on a house, right? And so then they move out and they stay in the community that they want to be in. And then on the backside, they live in a single family home with their kids. The kids go off to college. And then they decide, hey, I don't want to maintain a home anymore. I'm going to downsize. That's exactly what this is. It's not what you would consider as traditional multifamily type residence. The idea is to keep those residents in a community that they love. So I'll leave it at that. I know we've been here a long time, so thank you for your time.
Can we have a rebuttal to that, please?
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this point in time, is there any questions from the council? Okay, then I would entertain a motion on this item.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we deny the zoning request.
I'll second.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes. I've got 2 comments. I will make one comment and kind of leave the floor open. If my second comment isn't hit, then I would like to finish up. So firstly, I believe that a decision to rezone this property to not include a community shopping zone in a city that is both looking to increase community and increase shopping does not seem like a fit with any of our planning that I've been involved with over the last 6 years.
I just want to kind of talk to some of the things that have been mentioned, because mostly I'm concerned about how the actions of our staff and city manager have been perceived. Helen Eve is not advocating for this development. She is guiding the developer through this process like she does with all of the landowners and potential landowners in our city. One of the things that we want to be is developer friendly. We want to be perceived by people who do high quality development, whether or not you believe this person is or not, is being reasonable and willing to work with them to at least get the best possible product in front of the people who make the decision. And in this case, that's the P&Z and ultimately this council. And that's what Helen Eve was doing. She does that with every landowner and developer who comes here. We get rave reviews about her, not only from the developers and landowners who are seeking to apply, but generally speaking, the people around, because she uses her knowledge of development and our regulations to try to secure the best possible product for our community. The video that Bob Hart did, I'm a little sad that it was perceived the way it was. From my perspective, based on the comments I heard, I don't know if everybody felt that way. Bob was trying to explain the legal restrictions on our authority. We cannot deny a development request or a zoning request merely because we don't like it. There has to be some a basis for that decision that falls within the land use regulations. The land use regulation of this particular tract is old and it's somewhat complicated. So you have originally the zoning at the same time that you have the golf course built and that development that takes place, I'll call it to the north. I always feel like around here we don't know which direction we're going because I-35E isn't going east of anything. That ends up being part of Oakmont. Almost all of it, in addition to being developed, is deed restricted. Alan's here, he's on the HOA board, and so it has land use protections built into the deed restrictions, okay? In 1987, that was nice, but it wasn't necessarily as important as it is today. Over the last 25 years, particularly in the last 5 years, the ability of cities to regulate the development of land has been greatly reduced. An example of that is, and not this past legislative session, but the one before that, in a bill that was largely promoted as hurricane relief, they stripped cities of the ability to regulate materials. Part of this proposal, because of the type of zoning it is, allows us to provide some protection with regard to the materials. That's something that Helen Eve worked to try to secure. Whether or not you agree with this development application or not, if a development were to go forward under the current zoning, it would be difficult, maybe impossible, to regulate the types of materials that were used. And so that's something that we have to consider, and we have been considering, and whether or not this is an appropriate use and whether or not this is something we want to approve. So I mean, you have this property, it gets zoned in 1987. 2007, Endeavor buys it, long before anybody on this council was here. They try to put a gas well on it, right? That's denied. And then we come along in 2014-15, do Lake Sharon. As part of that negotiation, they not only sought damages for the land we were taking, but they also could have sought damages for to the remainder of the land, which is typical in condemnation. Part of the reason we didn't have to pay them more for that land is because once Lake Sharon was developed or completed, that land would be potentially developable under the zoning that existed. So all of that, in combination with recent changes in the law, makes it increasingly difficult for us to change the zoning. I understand. But there's limitations on what our current zoning will give us the ability to control. And I just want y'all to understand that lack of control has serious ramifications. And I hear you. I hear you that you don't want this. And what we're trying to figure out is, are there reasons that you don't want it? Because we don't want it either. Yeah, I hear you. Reasons that are within the law. A lot of people, said we don't want rental property. Almost nobody wants rental property near them, right? I mean, there's negative consequences. But that's not a reason that this council can vote to deny the application.
Nor is it time to make right with Endeavor.
I'm not trying to be right with Endeavor. But no, sir. No, sir. I took an oath to follow the law. I nor anyone else up here. Somebody can buy that property, and if what they want to do with it is within the zoning ordinances, they can do it. Okay, I don't usually have an audience like this. Usually we have a couple people here. Y'all need to understand that if this is not approved, you made it clear what you want. There are serious ramifications to that and a loss of control.
We understand.
Okay.
The value of the land is going to keep somebody coming in and putting up a fence. It's not, the value of the land is going to, with common sense rule, that something good is going to come there.
Well, I hope so. I mean, there are definitely market-driven considerations to the development of the land, and I think somebody mentioned we probably won't get a gas station on the corner because that won't be the highest and best use. I tend to agree with that, but, you are asking us to roll the dice. Okay. All right. Hey, Helen Eve, can you put the old zoning map up there?
Why don't we just get to a vote? I thought we were just going to get to a vote. Are you trying to change our minds? I don't understand.
No, sir. I'm trying to document my thinking.
Which presentation was that?
Right. You don't have to listen to it.
You don't have to listen.
We just want your vote.
We the people who see it.
That you represent.
Well, she's trying to find the slide for something.
show all the parking of the 470 cars?
This one, sir?
This one.
Thank you.
Okay, let's,
So Helen Eve, I just want to confirm that based on the zoning in place, that the density along the golf course would be more dense under the Avila proposal than it is in PD 24 and PD 6.
The overall density proposed is...
Not the overall density.
It's 9 units per acre. So the two-family garden home area is capped at 6.5 units per acre. So if you're asking, yes, the next metro product is 9 units per acre in that yellow area.
Yes, and then similarly on PD 6, that's what's the density restriction there?
The light yellow all is the light yellow is all 6.5. The medium yellow is 10.
Okay, so the current zoning has a lower density where it's visible from the adjacent neighborhood.
Yes.
Okay, so the current zoning would fit better with the theme of the neighborhood and the overall than what's proposed.
Potentially.
Well, based on an analysis of the density.
9 versus 6.5.
Okay. And the way this current zoning operates, the more intense density is moved closer to the street, away from the golf course, correct?
Say one more time, please.
The more intense density uses are moved away from the golf course and closer to the street.
To the intersection, yes, sir.
Okay. And I think I've heard the community say they like that better.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
okay.
That's all I have.
All right, are there any other comments? If not, cast your vote.
Mayor, we got a second from Steve, but I want to remind everybody, including myself, that a yes vote on this is to deny the zoning. Yeah. A no vote is to allow the zoning.
That's correct.
Okay.
So.
The motion is to deny. So if you want to deny, then you vote yes.
It's unanimous. Okay. Please let me just finish the meeting, okay? Because we've been here a long time and I'd like to get it over with, okay? I normally don't like a meeting longer than an hour, so I've really stretched my limits tonight, I'll tell you. But anyhow, I just want to thank you for attending. I want to thank you for your contributions. And I want you to know that this council listens to you and that we act on that behalf. So. Okay, the final thing is the council comments and future agenda items. The purpose of this section is to allow each council member the opportunity to provide general updates and or comments to fellow council members, the public, and our staff on any issue or future events. Also in accordance with section 30.085 of the Code of Ordinances, at this time any council member may direct that an item be added as a business item to any future agenda. Mr. Burke.
I just hope y'all will stay engaged, despite my rude interruption of one of your speakers. And please don't blame my mother for that. I assure you it's not her fault. Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities to volunteer. You know, when we did the comprehensive plan, we had trouble getting people, redid it, getting people to participate and be engaged. Please, y'all stay engaged. We're trying to do what's best for the community and what y'all want, And it's easier to have those conversations before these kind of decisions are in front of the council than when they're here. So I appreciate everyone being here and the energy you brought to the proceedings.
Mr. Garber?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just wanted to maybe clarify the process a bit. When things go, if there's a property owner that wants to rezone and develop something, his first step is to provide a plan to staff, and they look at the legalities of the plan. And then it goes to P&Z. P&Z is a compliance department for the city. P&Z can unanimously vote it down, it still comes to council. They can unanimously vote it up, it still comes to council. The individuals on P&Z are volunteers, a lot like yourselves and us, and they are not part of the political thing, right? What that means is they are appointed, they are not elected. They are appointed after many interviews to make sure that they are capable of following, dotting I's and crossing T's to the legality of the zoning. They are not there to say, the Corinth citizens don't want this, I'm voting it down, right? They need to be there to recommend to council, we voted this down because of these reasons. It does not fit with the zoning, whatever the case may be, not because of public pressure. In fact, general public pressure in this case is the definition of arbitrary and capricious when it comes to zoning cases. Okay, so it comes to council. The developer decided that he wanted to change something in the plan. Our policy is that we send it back to P&Z. I assume that they can redo that 100 times if they want to. We are now on their time schedule. Okay, and so when it finally gets worked all the way through P&Z, we get recommendations from P&Z. If the EDC is involved, which, by the way, is another great board to be a part of, we take those recommendations, and it's this board, the city council, the ones that you vote for, are the ones that are here to make the decision, is this right for the city within the law? Okay? And so there were a lot of emails back and forth, a lot of conversation. One thing is for sure, city council did not pursue this development. We did not think it was a good idea. We didn't think it wasn't or was a good idea. It was not our decision to bring this to council. The process that you have been a part of is the normal process. Every single development that needs to happen and request a zoning variance, as long as they request a zoning variance, will go through this process. And it will ultimately end up here at council, and this is where a lot of this is welcome. I think it's great. That's number one. Number two, Katie Beth, are you still here? And your husband? There were a few people through responding to emails, and Katie Beth and I had spent some time on the phone, and just wanted to thank Katie Beth. She is the thing, and I'm using Katie Beth as an example, but she listened. She sought to understand the process and what council was ultimately tasked with doing, and she was kind. And what that does is it allows council to work with the community to get to the root of the problem. And so anytime a case like this pops up, I like to do a fact-finding mission. We negotiate the heck out of the deal just in case it passes, and then we work together as a team to find out, what the legalities of this process are. Being unkind in this process does nothing to help. Promoting false information does nothing to help. What I found is I was spending most of my time dispelling false information, like we're rezoning to allow rentals. It's not true. There were lots of information that was not true. And what it does is we have individuals in the community that are attorneys. right? And I would love to have their brain power in response instead of, trying the need to dispel. So for the 50 or so people that did not receive a personal email from me, I apologize. This is, you guys have found my limit, and it happens to be 120 emails in a week. I cannot respond to that many on top of phone calls and texts. But the other thing that I wanted to mention before we go is Helen Eve is an excellent part of city team. Helen Eve did exactly what she was supposed to do. This is a fact-finding case. This is a case where we present facts and we make judgments based on the facts. I've, in 6 years, been here through 2 people in Helen Eve's position, and Helen Eve is excellent. Much like Sam said, the issues that we were having with developers in the community fell off dramatically when we had somebody like Helen Eve be a part of this process. And personal attacks against staff, while I'm probably the first person to stand up and fight for everybody's rights to free speech, it's unacceptable. And it's sad. And it's just, and no one in here did it that I remember. It was somebody online, and that just crosses the line into being unkind. And so I'm sorry that you had to go through that. And ditto for Bob. Bob, thank you for helping council get through this process. Thank you for being the purveyor of truth. And thank you for staying calm when there were so many social media jabs at you. Thank you.
Mr. Holdsworth?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I am very honored to live in this community. For all of you folks that showed up and spoke your piece, we appreciate it. I can't speak any higher. The reason why I ran for city council is because of these folks sitting right here and the wonderful staff and leadership with Bob and Helen Eve that we have. We live in a great community with great people, and thank you for coming out and speaking your voice. We appreciate you.
Mrs. Henderson?
Well, the guys get to say everything that we're thinking, so I'll keep it short. But I do thank all of you for showing up and for your emails. Scott said it really well. The ones that were kind, really, we do appreciate those. I want to say thank you to the staff for the hours and hours and hours that you guys have put into this, and for all that y'all have done. Thank you. And my husband's here. Maybe I won't cry tonight. So thank you for putting up with all that we've been through. It's been a really hard time. And so for those of you that have supported us and not been accusatory and been kind, thank you.
Mrs. Pickens?
Well, being in the 5 spot, most stuff's already been said. But I would also like to echo the accolades for our staff. Their job is to do their job. Our job is to make the decision. And so, and that's not always easy, and this was very difficult, and I tried to answer every single email that I got. Some of it was the same answers because it was the same questions. So, but I really did appreciate your trust in me and feeling like that you could send me an email, and I hope that I earned your trust too in responding back. So, but as far as our staff, they do their job, and our job is the decision maker. So I appreciate y'all coming out. I appreciate your trust in me and us as a council to feel like you could come before us. And it's now 27 minutes before Friday.
Mr. Hart? Well, the one thing for me, we're going to get out of here real quick because at 12 o'clock I have to buy pizza. And I don't like buying pizza at 12 o'clock at nighttime. But anyhow, I would just like to conclude with this thought, and that is, you heard when you first came in here, you saw the police department's presentation, and then you saw the fire department's presentation. In our workshop, we saw the Public Works presentation as far as what these people have accomplished for us, the citizens of Corinth, and they go the extra mile. We're not a city that has a tremendous amount of wealth, so we have to stretch the tax dollar, and I think these people do a great job of doing it. And I can only tell you that Ellen Eves, great job. Appreciate all you do. George, sorry you missed your presentation tonight, but I'll tell you what, we'll have you back later. And thanks again, Chief, for your presentation tonight. And with that, we're adjourned.